under on DOT is almost stupid not to buy because it wants to go to 50 so bad it can't stand it.
I was taking a bunch of points, but that was so happy.
Where are you staking DOT at?
Binance.
You stake it in Kraken, it's 12%. You can get to it anytime you want. You can unstake it. You can stake it now and 10 minutes later unstake it if you want to.
Kraken is 12% on DOT.
12%, my friend.
That's kick-ass.
Good morning. Do you guys see Dolphin today?
Everybody's knocking it for some reason, but it's the second largest exchange there is, and I've never had any issues that they didn't take care of.
Kraken or DOT?
Kraken.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I know of is they just had like some transaction issues, like but it was when Bitcoin was down in like the 45 area, and it had jumped from 38,000 to 45,000 after Elon did that tweet that Tesla had bought that large amount. Other than that, I haven't really heard anything bad about Kraken.
It's just not as pretty as like Anchor is. It's not made as simple, but I mean, you've been trading on this stuff for long enough. You've had to learn like 3 different things. Kraken is really good. The app, the only thing I don't like about Kraken is that I can't add money to my account or take money from my account from the app. Different here. That's like a security thing.
I mean, you just can't do withdrawals and deposits mobile.
Right. But I can control everything else.
I locked in a staking of DOT at 37% for 7 days.
Whew.
On what?
Binance.
Roaring Kitty just tweeted. If you guys want to see, it's pretty interesting. The pitch him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys in the tweet coming out of the smoke. 5 more days. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What?
Five more business days before it pops.
5 trading days. 5 trading days.
That's what I meant.
Here's your top 10 most active options of stocks as of today. Number 1 is Apple. Number 2 is AT&T. Number 3 is SOS Limited. Number 4 is Tesla. Number 5 is Neo Inc. Number 6 is Facebook. Number 7 is Snap. 8 is Amazon. 9 is AMD. And last but not least, 10 is Verizon. Again, these are the 10 most active options of stocks in the U.S. market as of this morning.
Hey, Dame, did you see the news on HOFV?
Yeah, I tried to tell people to get HOFV yesterday on the dip. Nobody wants to touch that stock though. And then now look, it's already up 12% pre-market.
I averaged down on HOFB yesterday.
I put a link in crypto that shows you what all you can stake on Kraken and the rates for anybody.
Oh, nice.
When I get back home, I can do it on Binance too. I'll show you guys all the different staking. That's my only strategy now is with crypto, because I'm new to trading. Is I'm just gonna stake everything and live off the interest.
That is a plan, my friend. That is a plan.
Passive income is a thing.
How you guys feel about Dolphin today?
I think it's going to go up on the news with HOFV.
Hey, I didn't have time to do DD this morning. What's up with HOFB?
They're going to release NFTs. It'll be like old school football players or something. Heisman Trophy winners.
Sweet, thank you.
Here's some news on Visalink, if anybody's got that. Visal. They received a multi-million-dollar contract to provide onboard and trackside RF cameras and remote production systems to NEP for Extreme E Racing Series.
Hey Derek on the YouTube, don't forget Dolphin moved yesterday already. Remember, Dolphin was down 12 something, now it's all the way up to almost 14. I don't think they have earnings. Alright, let's check out U-Time. Let's check out the U-Time chart. U-Time is, God. U-Time has a super low RSI, 26. MACD showing downtrend. Could this be the turnaround for? If it was a legit stock, I would probably buy it right here, but I know it's not legit stock in the volume. God, so net volume, low RSI. This is perfect right here. I have time. Now, let me check the order book. Let's just check the order book on U-Time. The spread for U-Time is $1.55. People are trying to sell it at $70. Mostly. A little bit over 70. I don't see any buy walls for U-Time right now, so I don't know if I'll get back in. Like, if it dips here, it could go very low. I'm talking all the way down to $55 for U-Time. Yeah, Dolphins earnings are scheduled till today, but be careful, guys. You guys think? What do you think? You think we could do HOFV?
I am.
I was planning on selling my HOFV today because I already bought it like $4.
Right.
Like, this is the news. I usually sell on the news, like other people. It's funny what happened to Dolphin last night when they had the earnings changed till today. PAR just got halted at 9 o'clock on a downtrend. PAR Technology. Whoa, what is this order book? No volume. Huh? $8 spread, only, like, literally the order book is so small. They don't have good reviews for their products. Did Panna move at all? Should I just pump up more AVTC? Like, if they do the $9 binding agreement, I earn money. If their business grows naturally, I earn money.
That Matt Kors YouTuber guy got his YouTube terminated. Doesn't say. He doesn't know yet. He's unaware of what he did wrong.
Some people came in my YouTube spamming that guy was a scammer.
Fuck,
I never
who
heard of
knows
him before,
nowadays.
so I don't know.
Who's this?
Matt Kors, Kohrs.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
I never heard of him. Somebody say he was pumping Dogecoin, but I don't see how you can pump Dogecoin like everybody likes Dogecoin.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Rex Manning Day.
That's weird.
Good morning. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Palantir. Look at Palantir today. Somebody bought a large number of shares early on the pre-market. I'm talking about like 7 o'clock pre-market. Oh my god. They drove the price from $22 all the way up to $23 on Palantir. It's starting to dip though. HOFV is already up 15%. Let's get it. These are the green days.
I'm gonna stay away from HOV. Every time I buy it, I screw it up.
Ah, you buy it on the dip, you don't buy it on the high. Like when it's like $4 and some pennies after, yeah, that's a great buy. Yesterday it went from 4 to 450. That was a strong signal. Then 450 today to over 520, and it's still climbing. U-Time is dipping hard. People are realizing how dangerous U-Time is, so they don't want to play with it anymore. Dolphins at 14.10.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, HOFE strong signal right here. Oh yeah, I could see HOFV going all the way up to maybe like $7. Not soon, not quickly, but it's possible. Just if I buy now.
I think it'll go quick.
If I buy now, the RSI is already at a high peak. 73 RSI.
There's been a lot of eyes on this for a while.
I got some limit orders in there at 429 and then 409.
Panda didn't really move yesterday. There it goes. It's pumping in. I'm watching the candle in the background. It only has a 1 cent spread though, so there are a lot of buy and sell walls for this dolphin. Tons of people are selling. I think more. Yeah, somebody's trying to sell it for 530 right here. A huge wall, 9,000 shares, 8,000 shares at 550. I mean, the stock has so many walls. Someone's trying to buy 20,000 shares at 525. Let me get it at 526.
HOFV is trending on stock twits too.
Yeah. I like how it's moving though.
People have been waiting on this one to fucking go. I've been waiting for this NFT news.
Up time. U time 67.5.
What's the place today?
We're looking at the halts right now as well. God, do I want to do U time? Do I want to risk this one again? It's at the lowest RSI. What do you guys think? U time at the low RSI or leave it alone?
It's on
Not
you,
messing
man.
with it, but that's me.
If I had the gains that you got from it yesterday, I might think about it.
You guys, who wants to buy my HOFV?
I got enough already.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, like, people are... the RSI is so high.
What time's that Biden talk? Anybody know?
I don't know the exact time. I just feel like HOFV has room to go down from here because the RSI was super high.
Anybody know anything about the TWC Tech? TWCT, it's on that halt list.
Could barely hear what you said.
What's on the halt?
TWCT is on the halt list. Anybody know anything about that stock?
Well, that's their holdings corp and their acquisition corp are. It's just a blank check company that does mergers.
Yeah, both of them are halted.
Average volume 372,000, current volume 99,000 pre-market. It went up 2% pre-market. It might be something to look into because it did go up 2%, and the volume's already a third of its average volume for the day, and it's pre-market. Keep in mind that it was halted at 7 a.m., so 2 hours ago. It's not really halted anymore, and it's let's see, all the tickers related to it, like TWCT, TWCTU, TWCTW, they all got halted at the same time. I'm waiting. I'm being patient for a deal.
I'm looking at an article here that says Arizona blocks federal gun control measures ahead of Joe Biden address.
Is that for the TWCT?
Can you say that again?
Joe Biden is supposed to announce a bunch of new regulations on guns.
Joe Biden.
Yeah, I thought about running to the ammo store today, like in a few minutes. I don't know.
Joe Biden. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm still drunk from last night.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm gonna yellow it.
All good.
I'm gonna yellow it.
YOLO.
I'm gonna yellow back into U time. Don't copy me on this. This is the most risky, because people figured out how bad it is. Alright, I changed it to smart routing. Let's see what happens. Why did AVCT drop all the way back down to like $7 range? I think when the news comes out on that, more people are going to buy it. Yeah, Derek, I'm trying to get that quick profit. I'm not holding it for the whole day. I'm trying to get a quick profit on it. What is the HOFV? Let's take a look here. 514 per share. It's creeping back down as the market's getting ready to open. People are realizing it is up too much. I bought a few U-Time just to see what happens. I own it, right? It went through. All right, guys, I bought it. I bought U-Time. Oh God. Yeah, the stock is just like a Chinese phone company stock, but their address was like a little bit sketchy. You guys okay? You quiet today. Anything you want to talk about?
I just got to down some more caffeine real quick.
Your Bumble account on fire yet?
I'm pretty bummed. I
I don't know what
clicked
you're
about
talking
1,000
about,
yeses
sir.
on Bumble last minute and nobody fucking said yes once.
Nope, just stocks.
Oh god, how fast am I going to lose the money on? My funds are cleared, so I will sell U-Time anytime I want. Like without day trade, good fate violation, I'll be fine. GameStop's going up a little bit every day. When I saw Keith Gill tweet, and now it's 185. Gold Valley stocks, Tommy. I never heard of Gold Valley stock. Oh, this is a mining company. Oh god, no. Sorry, I don't like pharmaceutical and mining unless it's like short-term plays. I think I called Moderna biotech when it was like $26 per share, but that's a lot different. Like, country in a pandemic needs a vaccine. Xavier Roca, what's a good buy-in for HOFV?
I would wait for a dip.
Okay, look at my U-Time. It's running. I already have profit. Do I take this profit and get the fuck out?
I YOLO with you too. I'm already
You already
out.
bought with me? You're dumb. Give me your box of crayons.
Hey, I'm already in profit too.
Give me your motherfucking box of crayon. Jesus Christ. Don't blame me when you lose. I said don't copy me on this one. This is so risky.
Everyone on here knows that.
No, this one, like, it's riskier than any other day. Like, this is worse than buying ACY.
Dude, we made some money on this yesterday, so.
I know, but.
So you
make it yesterday.
If I lose half, I'll be okay. No, but I didn't buy the same amount I bought yesterday.
I hope you just bought one. I hope you only bought one.
I only bought 3.
If you only bought 3, that's fine. The maximum you can lose is 180. That's not bad. It's not bad. Dolphins up there.
How many you get?
I'm not talking about it. It's... There goes that retrace on HOFV. Told you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Alright, I'll be right. I gotta check something.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Uh-oh.
I was like, it's just quiet. Where's everybody? What's going on?
I don't know. I just hopped on. Not a whole lot about
Morning.
Morning. I saw GME up in the pre-market. What happened? That's good, crazy. I saw it. It was nearing 190. I was like, oh, good.
They announced that they plan on nominating Ryan Cohen as chairman.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, there's some news articles talking about him being the next board member, the next CEO.
Oh, yeah. That's expected, right? Isn't that what we're waiting for?
It's basically there, but I don't remember.
I don't think he should
I
get
saw
back
it this
into your
morning as
time.
well.
He that was very risky for him yesterday.
What?
Talking about this YouTuber.
Who's in your
Alright,
team?
look at NTZ. NTZ got halted. Reason code M.
YouTube chat. Because Geo bought more U time this morning. Because Tame bought more U time this morning.
I told you not to copy me because look at this. NTZ. Oh my god. NTZ got halted on an uptick. It's a spa? What?
What's the ticker?
NTZ.
A spa?
At 1474. You guys heard about SOS?
Yeah, I think that's flawed with more. It's more like hedge funds trying to dodge us. It just came out right in the same vein.
Looks like it's an Italian furniture maker.
Yo, NTZ has to be a meme. Look at the order book.
Yeah, I don't like Italian furniture.
So somebody be wanting to buy like 100 shares for 1 cent. However, somebody wants to sell 100 shares for $199,999.
Hell yeah, it's lit.
What is going on?
Well, that's what you see?
That's what it's showing here.
You don't see that 1,200 shares at 11.26?
Let me look.
I think they had an earnings call yesterday.
Yeah, I see that thing. I'm just talking about the absolute apes that are at the bottom of the ask and the buy.
Oh, they're gonna report earnings. No, they did. They had an earnings call. I think, or they're going to have. No, they're going to have.
HLFG is retracing nicely, guys. You have to learn. You have to sell on the news. You don't buy on the news.
Yeah.
I think U-Time will hit $5 again, Derek. That's what I think. God, why didn't NTZ come out earlier? I would have not bought U-Time again.
Busy in here this morning?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm mad at you. We brought up COVID the other day, and I told you it wasn't bad in my state, and I got exposed.
Did you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm telling you, it's kind of nuts right now.
You know, NTZ is not even able on Robinhood either. Why?
One of my friends got COVID the day after, or tested positive the day after he got his first dose of the vaccine. He's all pissed off. I'm that guy.
You know, the thing that, you know, even if you have the vaccine, you could get exposed and your body's going to fight it. Like, you may still show symptoms and you may not end up in the hospital and all this, but you're still going to be like, your body's still going to have to fight it.
Right.
So,
he seems like he's handling it all right. He's just like, he's tired and he can't smell.
Wish me luck. I'm ready to go get tested.
Yeah. Yeah. There's like a surge of cases happening right now. It's kind of
Guys,
He's only like 40
NTZ,
also, though.
there goes is unhalted.
Yeah.
NTZ is unhalted. Here it rides. Here it rides.
okay.
Very got halted also.
Very.
Oh my god.
I had 2
NTZ
day
fucking
trades last-
rocketing.
I had 2 day trades last Thursday, and now they're still
So
fucking on.
good.
Will my day trades from last Thursday not drop till tomorrow?
Probably not.
What platform are you on?
Well, this is on Robinhood.
Robinhood tells you your status.
Oh yeah, go to your account
Yeah,
and
but-
see those things. But yeah, it's gotta wait till next trading week probably.
It'll tell you where you're at.
Is it because there was a short trading week last week or something? Because I traded Thursdays. These 2 of these should be gone.
Why don't you double check in your account?
It goes by trading days.
Yeah, I'm looking at them. I'm looking at them right now, and it's
It's
got
the
2
short week, man.
last Thursday.
That's how I got
Guys,
burned.
look at the stock ticker Very VERY. It's halted on the uptick.
I'm looking at it right now.
VERY halted on the uptick. Already up 60%.
Veracity Inc.
Yes.
Okay.
RSI is not super high right here either.
It's gone up in the pre-market. It was up near 18.
What's the ticker?
Very VERY.
They had an earnings come out yesterday. Negative 43 cents.
Negative earnings and the stock goes like crazy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know about that. Is it really going up?
The stock was $11. They had earnings and it shot up. It got. I think it might go down here though. The MACD shows it's going down.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think this is that second sort of rise, and it's gonna fall from
Is that
here.
going to be a rise or another climb? Let's look at the order book.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm looking at the order book, and it looks. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! $66 spread for Very.
Why?
Some idiot tried to buy one share at $80, so it fucked up the order book. They don't know how to delete that. No, this stock is gonna fucking moon. Somebody's trying to buy 1,600 shares for $19. Somebody's trying to buy 11,000 shares for $18.
Why?
What's going on with ABCT? Anything?
Oh my God! Look! Oh, they're gonna buy up all of these for under $16.
Why?
Dude, why can't I find the ticker? You said it's V as a Victor, E as a Edward, R as in Ronald, and
Like,
Y.
very nice.
Very good.
I'm looking on Webull and I can't find it.
Probably
dude.
not on your broker then. That's why.
I'm on Webull on the level 2 data looking at it right now.
It's on Robinhood even, so it's Victor Echo Romeo Yankee.
I see it on Webull right now.
Veracity, found it. I don't know why the heck I couldn't find it a second ago.
Derek, I think your ticker is wrong. U-Time's not at $90. But yeah, look at Very. It's going to go over $20 probably soon.
All I'm seeing is sell orders here. I don't see any buys on the level 2 on the one that I'm
All right,
looking
I'm going
at.
to send you my level 2 before it gets...
I mean, I see some, but it's like there's no greens going in because everybody's trying to sell. Oh, and then people are buying up above. This is so weird. Why are they doing that?
You bid above so you
Okay.
can get in front of the line.
I don't see why they did put the $80 buy-in.
So wait, you bid above, you can
What are you
get ahead
talking
of
about?
it,
You
but
don't
won't
see
it
the
go in?
$80. You have somebody trying to buy over 1,000 for
I
19.
see.
But
I
yeah,
see.
You put
I
$80
see it.
so
I
you
see
can
it.
get
I see it.
first.
No, I know. Oh, okay. That's what I was asking.
So you put 80, you can get in first.
But you got to be careful on
Piscus.
unhalt because Robinhood might skim
Yeah.
the fuck out of that.
But
Piscus
But
Red
that's what I'm
said
saying.
don't
People
listen
are
to
trying.
Tame. Buy
People
high,
are-
sell low.
Look in tickers. I
People
put it
are
in the
trying to
tickers channel if you guys want to see that order.
I see. Okay. People are trying to sell at $13 here too. Sell at $15. It's good.
Look at the volume on Very. The average volume is 12,000, but the volume's over 4 million already.
Fine. I'm doing a 10 share bet.
Where are you going to buy it at? 17? 20?
I did 16.50. I didn't do 17. If it doesn't go through,
Okay, yeah.
what? If it doesn't go through, I don't care.
RSI is pretty high on that.
No, the RSI is not that high for a stock climbing like that.
59 isn't that bad on the 5 minute. What are you looking at? On 1 minute, it's at 67, but it tapered down.
I'm looking on the 15.
It's at 54.
I was looking
65. 65
I'll
on
throw
the
500 bucks at it and see what happens.
All right, here comes NZT. NTZ is unhalted soon, guys.
It is Friday, right? No, it's Thursday. Shit. Uh-oh. Whatever.
Man, guys, if you were looking into HOFV, there was the large sell-off, so you may be able to start grabbing HOFV around that 420 range.
You guys talking about Very? I'm on the.
Yeah, stock ticker Very. Did you see it?
I'm driving on the road right now, but I know Very. That's a Canadian company, if I'm not
There
mistaken.
it goes.
There it goes. 1828 is fucking moving.
They're on the TSX, I'm sure.
They're on the NASDAQ. Their company name is Veracity. Oh my god. Why did I get back in U time when these fucking great tickers come up after? I'm gonna have some deep regrets this Thursday.
My order never got filled.
19, there it goes. 19, heading up towards 20.
Yeah, my order didn't fill either.
Are you gonna try NTZ?
Which ticker is this?
Very.
I got kicked. Keep getting server kicked for some reason. What tickers you guys talking about?
It was very. It just shot up. It had high volume after the halt.
So I'm too late.
Fizzy, did you get in at 17?
Her order didn't fill. Alright.
I got it at 18.
Oh, you changed your order?
Yeah, I changed my order. When I saw it, I was like, oh shit. So, yeah, I got it at 18.
I didn't get it. Now I'm too scared.
18 and change. Like 18 point, like 3 or something like that.
Now you have thousands of people trying to get it under 18. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not getting in it no more.
Alright, we have a sell wall at $20. 10,000 shares. 10,000 shares at 20.
What?
Oh, somebody bought them.
It didn't
Somebody's
get
buying
halted?
them.
Oh,
Somebody just bought
4,000.
4,000 shares of it.
Doubled.
People are still selling.
Why? What's happening? What is going on here?
Yeah, that's gonna be a no for me,
People
dog.
are taking. Oh, dude, people are buying it. Here comes that 20. That 20 wall's done. That 20 wall just got knocked the fuck down. It's fucking climbing.
Yeah,
The
baby.
next wall. The next wall is
Did you-
all the way at $21, and that's only a small wall.
Did you get it, Tame?
No, I didn't get it because I yellowed it into U-time for my play today.
Oh man.
Well,
okay,
I would have got
let's
it
see what's
if
going
I
on
would have
there.
saw it before I
Oh,
got the
man, dude.
U-time trade. This would have been my
Okay.
big play today, like yellowed everything into very, but we'll see.
I got it at 1820 something.
RSI is
Yay.
getting there. You
Okay.
guys might want to start taking profits.
Oh yeah, already?
Yeah, already. This is like a quick play. RSI. Look at the RSI.
53.
It might
Alright.
it might climb a little bit more, but this is like look. People got this stock at $10 today. Okay.
Well, this stock when it opened, it was around back in August. I think it was around $23, $24. Maybe there's some bag holders trying to get out of it in 2020.
A lot of people got the stock way before this $14. Tons of people have been in the stock since it was $11.
Yeah.
Here comes the sell right here. A lot of people selling, taking their profits.
I'm gonna wait. It's not even.
There's still people
yet.
buying.
Okay. We'll see. But
I
that
don't know.
$20
What do you see? I think
that $20 would have been a nice profit
7p.
because now we have a lot of people selling. They saw that 20, now we see tons of people trying to sell for 20. Another wall just got built at
I
20
see.
for 8,500 shares. Walls are at 1910, 1950. $18.
Okay. Yeah, and it's not
$15,
getting halted again.
18, 19.
1929. I see.
Guys, Derek said he's gonna buy Very. You gotta be careful now.
Look at it. It's going up again. No, Derek, don't buy it. Stop. There it
I know,
goes again.
but look at the order book. There's so many walls above 20.
Tame, did you get out of ACVT?
No, I held it. Shabby word. Alright, it's up to 20 now. Broke the wall again. Still climbing.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's not even 10 o'clock. That's why I'm holding it for like at least 12
You're gonna
o'clock.
hold till 12? Doesn't the price start slipping around like 11?
Looks like this
Yeah.
is pump and dump, guys.
Maybe 11.
I don't know. I would have taken profits at like 20 something. That's just me personally, but for the people that got in like 16, 18.
18. It's like $2.
Because when a stock like this dips, it's not gonna recover.
That's true.
Yeah.
What are we looking like now? We're going near 2056, 20.
I'm
The
reading some
RSI is almost at the highest it's ever been for the day, so. The highest was like 83 and it's at 78 right now, so it's still climbing a little bit, RSI.
Yeah, on this side, the buys are showing bigger than. The buys are still showing
Yeah, I
bigger.
see people buy.
Right, there
Okay,
goes.
okay. You see buys are bigger. I see like I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't see that on my screen. I think the sells are bigger. For that $20 mark, way more sells for 20 than buyers.
Okay.
Especially from 20 to 21.
GameStop's having a slight move up.
From 20 to $21, so many sellers. Telling you, once this stock goes back down, dips, it doesn't recover. It was
True.
already pumped, that's why. Derek,
It's
why do you
going
say
up
you're gonna
again.
wait till Fizzy gets out? That's when you're gonna buy?
Don't. What's up?
Guys, I'm telling you, you gotta use caution for a stock like this. It's already pumped. A lot of people are in here like they're already 100% profit before you guys.
Okay, I'm watching it. I'm getting ready.
Look at you time. I wish somebody would have talked me down you time.
That's your sugar made, bro.
Okay, I sold it.
I hope U-Time hire me though. If U-Time hires me, then I'll hold the stock and collect compensation that way. Man, she sold it and it dropped
You
down
still
fast.
holding Maverick?
I sold it over $20,
Oh, that's
so
good profit.
I'm done.
All right, so Derek said he's gonna buy in now after she sells. Historically, whenever Derek buys a stock, it fucking dips.
It was not much. I should have bought more shares. I had the capital to do it too. I don't know why I didn't do it.
You made good profit.
I was
You made-
scared.
You made it about $2 per share.
I had $1,000 that I could have put in, but I didn't want to take the risk because I don't usually do this. So, whatever.
Yeah. Anybody else still holding? C-Mar, are you still holding?
I'm holding, baby.
I'm holding too.
Why are you guys holding? What
I
are you
got
looking
out
at that
too
makes
with
you want
Fizzy.
to hold?
I mean, it's still like hovering around. It looks like it's forming a, what do you call it? Like a. I don't know,
This is
though.
going to be scary
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
This order book is
If it
scary.
goes up from here,
Yeah, if they don't buy this $20 wall again, it's if the 20 wall slips, it could go to 1950.
yeah, I don't like.
Anybody
Or this
still
could
holding
be
plug?
just.
It's a 40
Yeah,
cent
there goes
spread,
19.
so we'll see.
Do you guys have any good option calls for this coming week or next
I
week?
have plug. Oh, look at it go! Yay, that makes me
Yeah,
happy.
I was trying to tell people to take profits.
What's your plug?
When it dips, it dips.
What's your plug?
Don't ask.
I got in at 31.9.
Look at that dip.
Look,
on
it's
GME.
$1 down
They're
now.
trying to.
Yo, GameStop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm glad I sold it.
Are you gonna buy back?
Although, if it's an algo, it could be just trying to get people's limits and kick people out. So, no, I'm not buying back in. I'm not using another day trade on that. Got my little, whatever. I'm not doing it.
I think I might buy some charge point options though for the 16th.
QuantumScape is going up again too.
Can Tesla talk about U-Time, please? Man, I think I might sell at a loss.
You won't be able to claim the loss if you just sold for a
Oh, it
profit.
doesn't matter. My profit was so big anyways. It's like almost 6 times profit the first time around with U-Time. We'll see. We'll see. I'll hold it a little bit longer and see what happens today.
Back over 20.
But at this point, it's almost impossible for me to lose 6 times money on the deal I did today. Yeah, it's back over that $20. I'm not watching the order book on this much longer.
Look, yeah, that's that. Oof, I don't know about that. Wonder if it's running against some other. Oof, there it goes, selling.
People take profits in that after 20 and then it dips to like 19. Oh god. If there's
Yeah.
instant settlement, I would be playing with this thing like bananas.
The 20-year treasury's up. I think that is following the same pattern. Let's see. Oh, 20-year treasury and GME are opposites today. Interesting. They're completely inversed.
VISL's up 11.5% today.
All right, Seymour, did you sell it around 20, or are you still holding? Now, it scares me with a stock like this, like Very. So, say people open their stock account, they see their stock doubled over like a week, they're going to be like, oh my god, I have to sell this bad boy.
VISL's up 12%.
Wait, how did you sell for $26, Seymour? I never saw the stock hit $26. What's the ticker you want to look at?
13% VISL.
Oh, Vislink. Okay. Yeah, it had a nice climb yesterday. It was like $3. Now it's already at $3.30. Okay. When you buy the dip and the stock keeps dipping, that's me with U-Time.
I've been waiting for VISL to pop off for like since last Wednesday I bought it.
What do you guys think about this U-Time chart? Only downhill from here? It does show the MACD going up, but then up down.
Oof. It's like so. It's like little speckles, this chart. It's so annoying.
Dude, fuck it. I think I'm gonna buy a charge point call for the $35 from April 16th.
Let's before you do that, let's look at what its max pain is.
VISL's up 14%.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up.
Okay, perfect.
What's charge point is? It's CHPT, right?
1 sec.
No, is that what it is? Charge point? I don't know what they're.
Yeah, that's what it is.
CHPT. So Charlie, Hannah, Penelope, Tom.
Okay, getting it.
Who do you think bought? So yesterday, Virtual Cloud Technologies, there's news that the company received an unsolicited offer to buy the company for around $9 per share. It doesn't say who offered it, though. The company's board of directors has not set a timetable for this process. Man. It doesn't expect to make any further comment related to this offer as well. Oh boy.
What are you thinking, busy?
I'm trying to get it, but I don't think it's coming up with any info for a charge point. That's weird. Usually it just gives you. Okay, I'm going to search for it somewhere else. It's not on the site where I normally look at it.
All right, cool. No worries. I gotta wake up, dude.
That's so weird. All right.
It looks like very calmed down. You sold at a good point, Fizzy.
Thanks.
I sold at 1959.
Oh my god, you sold late as fuck then.
Yeah, I was hoping it would go to 21 at least so I can make $2 profit.
It's alright, Hernia. You'll get it better next time. Did I mispronounce his name? I'm looking at Discord.
You know who I haven't heard from in a while is Mouse, dude.
It's
He's not been on voice, but he's been
Mouse
on.
was moving to Texas.
Hernia, like
I don't think
Hernia.
you're gonna hear from Mouse anymore. Once he gets down in Texas, sees those beautiful Latina women. Oh no, he's never gonna hop on Discord to worry about stocks. He's gonna fall in love. His corazon's gonna run.
I'm pretty sure you pronounce his name Ernie, like from George Lopez.
Honestly, any ethnicity for women, like, you know, foreign ethnicity, I think is very attractive. So I'm right there with Miles. He's a good job.
Big facts.
No, I can't find it. Anybody else have a spot where they can calculate the max pay? I'm gonna see. This, I don't know why this one does not have. For some reason, that ticker is not coming. I think they're having a problem. Maybe let me try it in a different window. Yeah, go to Swaggy Stocks and see if you can calculate them. I also put it in helpful links. Maybe it's just me. It's not working for right now.
All right, let me check it out.
So what exactly is the max pain? Like, are you entering it into some sort of calculator?
Yeah, you're putting the ticker into the calculator and it's calculating the price that more likely it's going to go to. So like, for example, for GME, if you go into Swaggy, use their calculator. See, it's something wrong with
I'm gonna check for GME just to.
Sundial is tanking. Sundial's down below $1 and going 92.
That's such a good buy too.
Sundial has a huge dip right here. Oh, here comes another dip.
Boo.
The RSI is
It's
14.
done. It's gonna go down.
RSI is 14 on Sundial.
Get ready to load the boat.
I'm gonna buy 7 contracts.
Somebody sold over 42,000 shares and they're dumping it still.
It's still, yeah.
Here comes the RSI going back up a little bit. Somebody's buying right here. Is that you guys buying?
15,000 at 95.
Okay, so for whoever was asking about this, GME's max pain currently is $180. That's where the maximum pain is going to hurt. It's going to hurt like those people who are holding it. So it's more than likely that that stock is going to be manipulated to that price. So GME, for example, it's 180. So that's where it's being manipulated to. So if you were purchasing stocks or options, and you could get a feel for if the stock is a manipulated stock, it's going to end up going near there, which is like most stocks.
Right. So is that just for today?
It'll give you for the option expiration date, so you can select by the expiration for the option.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
21. We broke 21.
No way, I'm very.
Yep.
Oh shit! They
Now it's
knocked
going
out the
back down
paper
again.
hands.
Still holding Maverick?
No, my order filled at 21.
Nice.
There we go. I bought 5 sundial calls.
For what and what date?
I love those 50-cent calls, dude, for sundial because it has to stay above $1.
Well, it doesn't have to, but if it doesn't, then it gets knocked off NASDAQ.
Yeah, it'll get delisted, and then they'll lose their favorite pump stock.
Oh, poker and Canton. Now I get why people get Kata and I confused, even though we don't sound alike.
Why do they get you confused?
Just because it's like, it's similar, but it's not the same. It's like, I get it. You guys sound
Okay.
similar. You have a similar style of speaking and all
Who
that.
sounds like me?
So it's
Nobody.
wait. What
You're
is
one of a kind, Tam.
What is Kata? What's her like user thing? Because I always never
It's
know.
Kata. It's literally
It's Kata.
Kata.
It's Kata.
And her picture is her face.
Yeah.
Stark white, blue eyes.
Short.
No, she changed it to triangle, I think.
Oh.
That's recent.
Yeah, very recent.
That girl messaged me back yesterday.
Which one? Nice. Yeah.
Hey, Tim, I hopped on last night. What the fuck were you doing?
I don't remember. What
Hey, guys.
there was
Hey,
something that
hey.
you said about her that was very interesting. No, something different. I think it was something.
What about your girlfriend?
My boy Tane was on Bumble last night.
We were.
Yeah, he was.
What was the sundial call option that you got?
$1 for the.
I bought the 50-cent call option, and it's a 94 break even, 94-cent break even. I'm up $5.
So CHPT, who posted this? Let me go back.
And TZ went down.
Wait, Tame, was that teeth in her?
Yeah, it was.
What?
It definitely was.
Oh my god.
That's from a movie. That's from a movie.
Teeth fell out. Oh my god. I always
No,
have
those were
nightmares
pulled
about
out. Those were
being, like,
definitely pulled out.
Hey,
Yeah,
Tooth Fairy, baby. Let's go to the Tooth Fairy.
whose teeth
That was
is
a
that?
picture. That was her teeth taken after a dental procedure, guaranteed.
Oh, okay.
You can see they're laying on gauze, and it's like she just got 3 teeth yanked out,
Oh my god.
and was coherent, and she was
Yeah.
coherent and like kitschy and like trendy enough to want to take that picture right then and there.
I did that when I took a photo of it. 'Cause it's just,
I'll take one at home a couple days later when I'm coming down.
I never posted it, but I have the photo when they took out I got mine taken out the day before Thanksgiving, actually.
There may or may not have been some parallels drawn between her and a friend of ours.
Oh.
I don't know. Somebody was trying to draw a parallel.
So you guys, why are you guys objectifying this woman, this random woman?
No,
Is she Lebanese?
Probably.
Wow.
Okay, you are, but that doesn't mean that you can't objectify. Like, is that the purpose? Right. So Jessa Boss found the max pain. I think, what date is that for? Which is that for tomorrow? We'll go to it. Oh, nice. Okay, it's got it.
Oh no! Wow.
Okay, so you were looking for the 16th, right?
For charge point?
Yeah.
Giggity giggity.
Yeah. I was looking at the 35 and then the 40 because I ended up having pretty good luck with that. I think it was, it wasn't you, it was the other girl, Kay. Fuck, dude, what's her first name?
Kata.
Yeah, Kata. Thank you so much. Yeah, she pointed that out, and I ended up making good money off it. So I was trying to think about doing it again.
Where's it at? Where's it right now?
It's at like 28. One second, let me check again. $29.12. Sorry, I'm on my phone. I'm too lazy to go to my computer right now.
It's okay. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna stay around 20.
He tweeted
28
20th
or something
Century
like
Fox
that.
opening. The beginning of the 20th Century Fox movies. Like the
I put a poll. Go vote. Let's see how many of you guys are right on it.
Yeah,
All right, guys, I gotta go to work early
Yeah,
today.
got it.
I'll be jumping on back and forth. Have a good day. Hope everybody makes some money.
Yeah.
So
Yay. So, back to charge point real quick. You're saying that it might stay around like 28.
there may be fluctuations where it goes up and down, but by that date, by the expiration, it's gonna get pushed near that date. So I can't say what's gonna happen in between, but yeah. That's, again, just a theory. This is a theory. So take it with, for what it is. It's not like the end all be all. Yeah. It's just one theory.
All right. Well, you were saying you had a plug option. I was looking at that.
Oh, no. I don't have a plug option. I thought you were, I was just asking if you're holding plug, and I'm holding plug.
Oh, okay.
NTZ halted on the way down.
That's good.
Yep.
I'm dead even on AVCT right now.
Dolphin was up a lot in the pre-market, wasn't it?
So the news came out that Dolphin was going to delay their earnings until today. So people sold their Dolphin, it dipped, and then they bought even more during the pre-market today. Let me check out Dolphin. Which sticker should I stop looking at? NTZ, they're halted, down tick. What's $29 charge point heading up? Yeah, Dolphin's going down a little bit. I think you could get $13 per share easily during the earnings and then dump it. Like if you buy anything cheaper than 13 and then sell Dolphin around 30 during earnings, you make profit.
Lattice is back up at like 49. It had dipped. Near 50. It actually went over 50, yesterday.
So I do calls. Could someone explain to me? He was talking about doing like the 50-cent SNDL. How does that relate to like out of the money compared to in the money? Like, do you make more money if there's like a $40 call option for 50 cents for SNDL for the 9th or like the 16th, and then for like the dollar mark, there's like it's like 4 cents.
Okay, so he paid 50 cents for it to be a strike price at 94 cents. So if it gets to 94 going up, right now he bought that contract when it was under 94 cents. So the value will be predicated on when you bought it. So current market value 92 cents. I want it to think it's going to go up to 94 cents. So I pay you 50 cents now, assuming it's going to be worth more later, right? And as it gets closer to the strike price, it becomes more valuable into beyond, but not so far past the expiration date or once the Greek decay starts to kick in.
Okay, and then you were also talking about, or I don't know if it's you or someone else, but they were saying that SNDL, has to be above $1 because that's part of their. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and so what I had said about that is any stock to remain on NASDAQ has to be traded above $1 for at least 10 consecutive days, and if it slips past it for more than, I think it's 3 days, if it's under, then they get a warning, and then if it's under for a whole week, then they get delisted.
Oh shit! So it's probably a good idea to do that for like the 16th.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, given that it's been on NASDAQ for a while and most people have some stake in the game of wanting it to not get delisted, then there's a good likelihood that they'll try to keep it at $1.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, Sundial can get delisted, guys, because the price would be too low.
I mean, it technically could, but the ramifications would be ridiculous if it were to get delisted. But then again, anybody currently holding, if it were to get delisted, would still hold, and the dissolution would have to come out whether the company went under and had to buy the shares back before they were allowed to relist. Or there's a myriad of things that could change that whole outcome. But basically, it's probably not going to get delisted.
It's I remember watching Sundial before it was listed, right? And it went crazy after it got listed. People were so happy.
It exploded off of OTC. You go back and start looking at the charts.
I think Sundial was over $2 per share before. It got pumped hard.
Do you guys know the Muffin Man?
That lives on Drury Lane.
So fucking stupid. It's hilarious. I gotta watch Shrek soon, dude. I was just thinking of the Muffin Man. I thought that was hilarious.
Oh, whole bunch of buy orders just got triggered on Bitcoin. Oh yeah, nice rocket.
Oh, speaking of Bitcoin, so I had a bunch of shopping to do yesterday, and I had the Cash App card, and they had their little 5% Bitcoin boost on there. So for money that I already had to spend anyway, I ended up getting, I think it was $7.50 worth of bit as a reward, but it happened to be when it was at like 55 last night. So that was a perfect timing. If I'm going to spend the money anyway, I might as well get a reward. And if I'm going to get a reward, I might as well get it when it's bit at the bottom. Because they literally just take and give you $7.50 worth of bit at market value.
That's what's up.
All right, I went on with you with the 50-cent SNDL. I got 2 contracts that expired in the 16th.
I didn't realize that there was a limit on the cash back at first, though, because I saw 5% and was like, "Oh, fuck it." I gotta buy a bunch of random stuff anyway. Why not? And then 5% of 600 is not 750. So I was like, "What the hell?" And then I looked into their little fine print, and it's cut off is $7.50.
You better not be cheating on me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for going up, U-Time. I appreciate your enthusiasm this morning. I like that big wallet. $59, $60, $61, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more walls before it even hits $70.
Honestly, I just bought some SNDL shares too. It's really low.
I've been holding SNDL for a while now, and I've had it for more than this, so I'm averaging down.
Yeah, but Sundial needs to get better chronic before they end up ever doing good. Their weed sucks.
Ideally, for the premium market space, yes, but you got to just think about the fact that we're going to have more demand than we have grow. We're going to have the exact opposite problem of Canada. We're not going to be able to grow enough once it goes legal. So basically, anybody that's in the game is going to be able to produce.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd rather not spend. I'd rather not get low quality herb for a discount. You know what I mean? I'd rather just take that money and then pay a little bit more and get some good stuff.
Well, yeah, but you're one of the connoisseurs, you know, like you're a user that's been using this whole time regardless of legality. But now the everyday user that just gets brought into
We all know those older people that can't smoke the weed nowadays.
well, that too, but they're just in general, they're gonna want that Marlboro marijuana. You know, they're gonna want to be able to walk into Walgreens, CVS, gas station, whatever, and buy your national brand of just like chill 10% THC cigarettes.
They have weed cigarettes already. They're fucking nasty though.
Well, yeah, but it's not your jam. But I guarantee you, if it was nationwide legal, there'd be a chunk of population that enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, guaranteed, because it doesn't get you all like stoned, you know. It's something that you can still work on.
Yeah, I mean, it takes the edge off and gives you your nicotine at the same time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
A buddy of mine got those CBD. It's basically CBD bud, which is flower, CBD flower. But then they spray it with a Delta 8 distillate, and they come in like cigarettes. It's interesting. There's no tobacco in it, but my buddy got like a little 10-pack of them, and honestly, it was pretty good. I liked it.
They're so harsh, though.
I mean, if you smoke regular cigarettes, it's not too bad.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Unless you like smoke a pack of Cowboy Killers every day.
Engine coin's up around 314. If you have a position, you guys might want to take a look at it.
What was that?
Engine coin, ENJ.
Oh, engine.
How low do you think Dolphin's going to dip until the earnings call today?
Don't know, don't care, because I'm not at it.
This might be it.
How low would Sundial have to dip before it gets delisted?
Market structure, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
We got roundabout ways of
It's not a
acquiring.
digital play, right? Which are the ones that I understand a little bit better.
Right. It's the difference because it's not a digital store.
Their
Jesus, did you
computer
guys
systems
see-
are literally old as fuck too. Like,
Did you guys see Candace Owens' tweet?
No.
It says, remember, guys, the Democrats did not cheat during the 2020 election cycle with unverified mail-in ballots. They are only freaking out
please mute
because
that. Politics,
Georgia- Oh, sorry. I'll talk about this later then. It's funny though. It's a joke.
I think we should ban politics in here, but
It's a
that's just
joke.
my opinion.
Ban during market hours.
Well, the other
Yeah.
I went to the other server, and they're like, they don't even let you talk about that shit in crypto. They're like, shut the fuck up.
I think
the
politics
other-
during market hours is bad.
all right, let's move on.
Coder, yesterday I tried to show them that Ethereum thing that I have with all the lines on it, and someone timed it. I went in that chat and said, "Hey guys, I want to show you something about Ethereum," and then boom, I got banned. Like, or I got server muted. I got server muted in about 10 seconds.
Yeah,
You're lucky you didn't get banned.
I don't give a fuck. I never go on that server. No, I saw Hedge was
It's
streaming.
amazing you didn't get banned.
Oh yeah, because and they were like, "Well, we don't talk about crypto in here," and I was like, "Okay." And then I just left. I was like, "Fuck this." I didn't even. All I did was say Ethereum. and then they banned me or they muted me. They didn't even like give me a warning or anything.
Hey, is this like a thing amongst traders where everybody hates on crypto?
Banned from the server.
Oh, it's just people like to talk about crypto after hours because
Yeah, because we're trading stocks, not crypto right now.
then right. So
Does the other channel not have?
Also, there's literally a channel for crypto here. Also, where this is the S&P 500 pit channel. That's why.
Does the other channel?
Is there a voice line?
Yeah, there's a voice crypto channel.
There's one dude in there right now.
No, but in the other chat, is there a
chat?
voice
There's
chat?
a chat crypto too, right?
Yo, man, Katie Owen, bro. If you guys haven't checked her out.
Who?
Katie Owen. Katee, and then her last name is O-W. She's a porn star. O-W-E-N.
Oh, so what you mean is I should open a private browser? Thanks.
Oh man.
Oh, Coder.
Dude,
Coder coming in clutch. I'm
I know
gonna.
Reddit keeps recommending her. To me,
Katie Owens will be getting a visit later.
that's Pornhub recommend.
Oh yeah, her teeth. Yeah, her teeth.
And the first article to kick back is one from a year ago today about the exact same topic. That's crazy.
Who bought U-Time earlier? 3 shares? Did you sell them or did you hold them?
That was me. I sold 2. I'm still holding 1.
Tesla's climbing a little bit today. It went from 672 all the way to 686, so this 2% gain is not that bad. The order book, though, there's a very small spread for Tesla. Big wallet, $688 for Tesla. IDEX is back at $3 per share. Some huge walls on IDEX on both sides. So, like for 270, somebody wants to buy 139,000 shares. It's a huge wall. If the stock goes to 3, yeah,
Hey,
IDEX.
Kata, do you have any new options that you're liking? If not, no worries.
It'd be kind of difficult for her to tell you because she's not here.
Oh, that'd be the reason.
Yeah, today's gonna be an interesting day. The strategy was to have cash for today and next week after Joe Biden gives a speech, and there's supposed to be a market correction coming. That's what Joe Biden said previously last week. So, if a market correction does come, we do know that a lot of these stocks have ran up so high. The bull market just allowed these stocks to run. So, if you see a correction, we may see like giant stocks, Nvidia, Apple. Some of these stocks may fall like 10% even. Less known stocks may fall even like 40%. So we'll have to keep an eye out after the speech what happens today. That's why you don't see a lot of volume in some of the bigger stocks today. People are waiting to hedge their bets.
Why is it so quiet, guys?
I'm holding my breath while Dogecoin goes up.
Do you know what I'm saying? They let other people figure it out, and then they
perfect
innovate
it.
on it and make it so you won't see it on their platform until you see it on someone else's.
Okay, yeah, it's
unless they made it.
Yeah.
Not universally true, but that's their MO. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Why would they move in an unfinished product until when they can wait and just capitulate?
I got an argument about
It's and not only is it their MO, it's a lot of large companies' MO. So this also extends to the EV sector. That now that there's success in EVs, you see Ford and GM and everything spinning up their programs, but they didn't really seriously invest in it until they saw that Tesla's for real in the U.S.
Hey Coder, can you still mine Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's not as profitable as it was.
But there's like the cap hasn't been hit, right?
I'm not sure what you mean, but there's still.
He means
more
like
to make.
the total amount
Bitcoin out there to mine.
Bitcoins to mine, yeah.
Okay, yeah, bro. I was in an argument with this about my brother. I was like, he was telling me why he got into Riot, and he was like, well, the reason Bitcoin went from 12K to 20K is because the market cap got hit. They ran out of Bitcoin. I was like, no, they didn't.
They still have like a bunch of Bitcoin. It's just not as easy to mine because they've already got a lot of the cryptographic hatches.
If I was going to set up mining, I mean, we've been looking at this. It would be Ethereum.
Yeah, it's like the ledger on.
You would mine Ethereum, you said, if you were gonna mine.
I would mine it and maybe set up infrastructure for it.
What do you mean infrastructure? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that other people can run their transactions, then you get paid a little bit. But that could all change too as crypto evolves. That may go away.
It's just Bitcoin is the ledger is already so mined, so things that have less mining are easier.
And it's every time a transaction is made, that's when a new blockchain like links off, right? Like every transaction is part of the blockchain. It's like its own square in the blockchain, right?
Something like that.
I mean, it's different for every. It's different for different blockchains. Blockchains have like different rules.
Yo! GameStop's Cohen is going to be the chairman of their board. What the fuck?
That's I think what the vote's about. That's why they're recalling the shares for the vote.
Can you please explain? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut off.
Oh, you're right.
But can you just tell us what's up with that?
Holy
shit! Remember, I was saying like the end of April, they're going to do a share recall.
The April 420 on 420.
They have to announce.
And then their investor meeting is on 6/9.
Curtis Wolf resigned effective April 5th.
They have to announce the share recall like 60 days or something.
Does anyone know why
he have to do with appointing a chairman for their board? What is that? What's
they
the
vote
relationship?
for it?
Oh, so you're saying they have to recall the shares so that they know who can vote. But is there a majority shareholder?
Yeah, DFV.
TFV, I was about to say that too.
Does anybody know why?
What is actually happening? Are they recalling all the shares?
I think they have. That was DD put out there for even people that want one or two shares recalled to do it, and like your broker has to do.
Why
it.
did Curtis Wolf resign? Does anyone know? That was the chairman of GameStop. He just resigned.
So I might actually know.
Oh, dude,
does anyone know why? It plans to pay all directors entirely in equity.
It's going sideways, though. To me, it's super interesting that it went from being so volatile and it's been going sideways, for 7 days now?
Well, look at the volume. It's just gone down every day. Yeah. Yesterday's volume was 3.5 mil until the last
You would
hour.
expect it to still be going down on that, and it's just, for it anyway, it's going sideways.
Goddamn Fed has to stop pumping money into the market.
People were speculating that like this was the new price target, like 175, 150 area, 165. So like if there was any merit to that, we're kind of seeing that, because like now anything that's put out on it, take with a grain of salt. So there's all these little things that are starting to kind of take shift, but we don't fucking know.
Oh, here, listen to this. As part of corporate overhaul, or wait, no.
A sponsored OTC, that would follow underlying stock price, right?
Hey, Nick.
Wait, GME is making an OTC. Why?
No. That's not what I'm asking about. Okay, so here's the thing. The RNWEF ticker is less than No, but like it's so interesting. Just the RNWEF is sponsored, right? And it's lower value. It's currently at a lower price than an RNWEY ticker, which is $2.25, and the RNWEF is at $3.
Probably because they're listed on different exchanges and they have different currency. Like,
listen
They're
to
both
this.
dollars, don't follow the Norwegian kroner.
I mean, you still holding calls?
Yeah.
I am holding calls, but that's not what's frustrating.
Okay.
Hey Coder, so this is an article about GameStop. As is on Yahoo Finance. As part of corporate overhaul spearheaded by Cohen, the company has brought in new executives, including the chief officers for growth and technology.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. I'm looking at last night when I did that analysis of my trading. I've only lost money on GameStop.
And GameStop, I thought it was.
I don't fuck with it anymore.
Was it 5.5 million each time?
Man, dude, for the S&P 500, it took me out. Boy.
Yahoo's saying that GameStop would sell as much as
I'm not trading
1
anymore.
billion, would sell as much as 1 billion in additional
Like
shares.
every time I've been going
Dude,
short,
Troy,
I
you do
just
realize
got
someone
fucked.
else is talking? You don't have to just fucking talk over him.
What? So might have him muted then.
Matt's talking. He's talking about GameStop.
Yeah, wait, so didn't someone say it was 3.5 million in additional shares they were selling?
That's what I thought.
This says 1 billion on
1
Yahoo.
billion shares? What?
Yahoo Finance says 1 billion
shares. Is it $1 billion worth of shares?
It's okay. Here, I'll just read this.
Yeah,
GameStop rose as much as 4.4% to blah, blah, blah. GameStop has been on 3-day losing streak triggered by a company plan to sell as much as $1 billion in additional shares.
Yeah, that's $1 billion in shares. So if you multiply 3.5 million by the share price, that probably comes around to 1 billion.
Yeah, here, I'll do the math.
So that's gonna dilute the shares a little bit. Did that already happen yet?
I think that already happened because that was like the drop
I heard
from
someone say that
170.
factored into the price. Yeah.
Hey, you ready for like the real number? It's not to exceed 1 billion. So that's the fun that they
said that, you fucking idiots.
$1 billion.
Yeah. So like that,
there's a big difference.
Jesus. Resi, yeah. All right, dude.
All right.
Not to
And for the record, I think that's been priced in, Coder. There was a day when GameStop was trading chilling at 190 something, and it just fucking tanked to 155.
Yeah, I think that was priced in.
That's when
I'm not playing
the
it,
news
but-
dropped, and that's when it.
Yeah, it was pre-market though.
I mean, it's still fucking traded sideways for a little bit and then rallied back upwards. So I think it was priced in at that time.
Oh, yo, and listen to this. In addition to selecting,
I remember some.
in addition to selecting Cohen as chairman, GameStop plans to nominate 2 new board members: Larry Chang, managing partner at Violation Capital, first investor in the pet supply retailer Chewy, and
Literally, he's
Yang
pulling his
Zhu,
friends
senior-
from Chewy.
Yeah, and Yang Zhu, senior vice president of global finance and treasury at Kraft
See,
Heinz.
like this could be real for them because this motherfucker knows what he's doing.
This is the treasury and global finance of Kraft Heinz.
You remember this is the guy that built Chewy, dude.
This is
How did
Kraft.
this
like the
He built
coffee,
Chewy, so he's recruiting
and
people from
Pepsi
Chewy.
and
That makes
shit.
sense.
All this stuff is priced.
Chewy.
It's not.
No,
all
but
this
they're bringing in. Sorry, keep going.
What?
My bad.
All this is like at least a week or 2 old, so I'd say that this is all priced in. Because I mean, people are already banking.
This is April 8th. This article.
There's
no business direction on where they're going to take this.
I mean, that's the point, though. That's what they're meeting for and hiring new people for business direction.
This is though what people were talking about before was that this would happen and stuff, and then now it's coming to pass. So I don't know. I find it interesting. I don't know that I'm going to put any money into GameStop because I've lost.
I'm not, but this is what they're going for. This is direction.
GameStop.
Also, I will say one thing that's interesting is
if I had just not bought GameStop this year,
Wildcats
and
number.
Nokia, like if I just wouldn't have traded that one day, I would be green on the year.
Yeah, same.
Oh wow. GameStop plans to pay all directors.
I will say one thing I've noticed is remember how we used to have Spy Rally and GameStop going inverse? Now they seem like they're not really related anymore. It's GameStop's
That was never a thing. Why do you reach?
Yeah,
what the fuck are you idiots talking about?
Are you fucking kidding me? It was certainly
it just feels good. I think it just feels good being right.
It was definitely rallying.
What the fuck is ASO?
It was acting inversely to the market. That's how it was acting.
It's going to be
They were moving together. Like I mean,
people are really hot today.
This is going to be
really hot.
About
All I said was one thing, and fucking Nick got triggered.
Hey Coder, can you verify this for me?
Triggered. I just don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Like I was
Nick, go cry and get wrecked by Russians on CS:GO.
Russians.
Hey Coder.
Put it into the same state. Put them in a wrestling match. Fucking stream that shit.
Hey Coder, if a company plans on paying its employees in equity, that means like in shares, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
There's
GameStop
a lot of different
plans,
ways to do it.
GameStop plans on paying all of its directors entirely in equity.
Really?
Well, that means they think the share price is going to go up still. Then, yeah.
Well, right, it does, but it's also something that's really common in a startup, right? You'll get directors, and directors aren't like necessarily a job. They might be a role that is assigned by the board, right? Like the board of directors. And so a lot of these people already have money, right? They're in other business.
Yeah, they don't need
They're
more
getting
money.
rewarded in this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys see the fucking irony, right? Like,
The thing that
basically,
scares me
we're
about that,
paying
though, is
their
that they fell
salaries
off.
by pumping their stock.
Oh,
That
literally,
is pretty
yeah,
funny, but that's not ironic. That's
how it works.
That's not irony.
Essentially, they pay you in shares to
I
make
would
sure
take
that
I
you
would,
have
I would totally
an
get paid in
incentive
shares. There's
to
some great
actually
tax advantages.
help.
Especially for GameStop.
I'll be back.
That's how it
I'll be
works.
back right before Jerome Powell. I got to go to a work thing.
All right, later, Coder.
I don't know if that's ironic.
Hopefully Jerome Powell crashes the market today.
Yeah, man, it's good to be right.
I agree, dude.
Could you imagine?
Stop betting against America, you commies.
Yeah, we need to have a channel to like just drop these commies into.
Goddamn commies.
Call it the gulag.
Can you lock someone like specifically into a channel and like not let them leave or join any?
We need to make a gulag channel.
Yes.
Technically, yeah, you can.
Comedy gulag chat.
You can't. You can block them from joining, but you can't block when.
No, that's not true. You can give
that would be
somebody
a bad
role
move,
that you
because
Dude,
can-
my life has improved so much after meeting Casanova.
After meeting Casanova.
No, I said muting him.
Oh, muting. I thought you said meeting. I was gonna say,
No,
yeah,
fuck that, dude.
my life
Genuinely tried to be nice to this dude, but he does not know how to shut the fuck up.
We all tried to be nice to Casanova, and he's just a dick.
Yeah. He talks over people when people tell him to stop talking. He's like, "Yo, you guys are hating me because I'm leftist." I'm like, no, dude, we're hating you because you're a fucking annoying asshole.
He's like, I'm here to reclaim my time. He's like, I'm gonna reclaim my time.
Would you say you're left?
Casanova just said the most true fucking thing ever, dude. You fucking retards never shut the fuck up. That's actually
Neither does
fact.
Casanova.
Good job,
Neither does
Casanova.
I take that as a compliment. So.
Neither does Casanova.
The problem with Casanova is that no, the problem is that he doesn't shut up. It's just that he's
talks over
disruptive.
people.
He's disruptive sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. Most
Oh,
of the
no,
time.
you literally will never be able to speak in this channel if you don't talk over people. You know that.
I don't give a fuck, dude.
What are you guys' thoughts on
There's a team talking over occasionally to just get your point out versus consistently doing it, not giving a fuck.
What
about
are our
other people.
thoughts on what?
And arguing with everybody about that disagrees with you.
PLTR?
Most
PLTR?
people
What about
don't
PLTR?
like it.
Why would you do it?
A lot of people here have lost money on it, so a lot of people don't like it.
Palantir?
Yeah.
Dude, the thing with Palantir that I mean, I feel like you
Palantir,
probably
it's
already
garbage.
know is that it's an extremely long-term hold. That's not like anything you want to really like short-term swing. I feel like.
The thing with Palantir, I agree with what Matt said. Also, if you're trying to recoup money, like make profit out of it, you're probably better off not getting into Palantir and just doing day trading with other shit.
Yeah, I would wait for I would wait to get
day trading.
I would wait to get into Palantir when you know that it's like the most perfect. Like you'll know when you're like, okay, this is like a great point to get into Palantir. I still wouldn't say this is a good point. I think it's still a little high. I feel like it'll drop more.
Look how fucking hard it dumped from the start of this morning.
It's still in the 20s, right?
It's at 23.
Palantir's stock price is going to be
23.
determined by whether or not we go to war with you.
It's at 23 and it's been trading in that area. So I would just wait for it to go like under 20 in my opinion. Not financial advice. That's what I would. Yeah, around that's perfect. That'd be a perfect entry, I think. Literally, don't forget about it. Forget about it. Don't look at it. Don't think about it.
I like 18 as the entry, but I don't see that happening. 21, I've saw it hit multiple times. That 21 is a very good point as well.
For what?
What do you guys think will happen to the Palantir stock?
Because it never stays at 21. It hits 21 and then goes back up
And then
the next
bounces
day.
back. See, that's why I'm saying if it goes under 20, it'd be good because that'll be like a very rare. You'd want to catch that. Like you'd want to catch that. Facts. Yeah, I agree with that.
See, I am looking for long-term hold. Do you think Walmart's a better?
Yes, I love Walmart.
Well, I'm literally down
And
20%.
Walmart's great for the, in my opinion, for the they're coming out with their own clinics. They're coming out with their own, not like using someone else's bank, but they're coming out their own bank and banking system. Walmart can be doing a lot of good shit in the future, especially that 15-hour minimum wage. You could see how that really affected Walmart's stock price and it dropped it. But I feel like that's already gone now. It's over. No one's really concerned about that anymore. That dip already happened. So I would say Walmart's a good long-term hold. I like Walmart. Even my brother has a lot of Walmart, and he's a fucking financial advisor, and he personally owns a shit ton of Walmart.
Even at its current price?
I got out of my sundial calls. Fucking hell.
Yo, what the fuck is going on? Spy is like moving pretty quick.
I know, I'm watching.
What are you talking about? Spy's not moving that quick.
Dude, it just had like 2 pretty decent sized candles.
That's weird right now.
ARC X? Is it the space one? Is that the space ETF? Dude, I was looking in there. Don't they have like Netflix holdings? I'm pretty sure it's bullshit. Like, they have Netflix and other shit. Oh. Okay. Dude, I honestly might fuck around with this. I might buy some and just like see what happens. I'm gonna look at the holdings right now.
But dude, it's a fucking ETF. It's supposed to go over months and years.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not moving like the other ARC ones. I feel like mainly just because like ARC
It's up almost $1 since it IPO'd like a few weeks ago. That's pretty good for ETF.
ARC's had its hype. I feel like too. Like
Dude,
that big.
it's up $1 since it's IPO'd.
Okay, so these are the top 10 holdings of ARC X. It is 8% Trimble, 5.9% 3D printing ETF, 5.71% Kratos defense and security, 4% Harris Tech, some other shit we don't know. Lockheed Martin is in there, and Nvidia's in here. JD.com, Inc., ADR, Iridium Communications. And
Dude, it's funny because I was in most of those companies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was in Iridium. I was in Kratos.
Netflix, is what, 1.29%.
If I had to describe
they have
the
Virgin
ARC,
Galactic too. They have Deere and Co. Why do they have Deere?
if I had to describe ARC X, its composition reminds me of. It has like a core skeleton of any Cathie Wood ETF with like
Morgan
certain companies,
Stanley,
and then has like
Google, Amazon.
Jesus fuck.
Sorry, Coder. Keep going.
Like it has because it has, if you look at her ETFs, she has the same companies in most of them that aren't, except like the healthcare, like the genomics one. She has like the core composition of like Netflix, Roku, Square, this kind of shit. So I think what she does is has a skeleton to form like the backbone, and then she has these speculative space stocks, which is going to be the brand. Hey, this is a spice rocket. This is a space ETF. So I think if you're looking at the course component, like, damn, this is a fucking scam, I wouldn't look at that. I would look at the speculative stock she has in there, because that's where it's really going to have the growth.
Yeah. Taiwan Semiconductors is also in here.
Yeah, because that's in a few of our ETFs. TSM.
Yeah.
I think it's like 4 of our ETFs, I think.
I have an idea.
Workhorse is in here.
He's selling TSM right now.
Alibaba's in here.
I think push to talk should be mandatory.
It is.
What
if you
would
don't
that change?
I even with streamer, I think it should be.
Yeah.
What would that change at all?
It would change everybody. Like everybody has like, I don't know. I sit here talking like I agree with things, say blah 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 all the time. Like it's just there's a lot of shit.
Okay, cool, dude.
On a lot of people's VA.
What's Thales? THALES.
Shit lighted up. I'm just like.
Does anybody know what that is? Thales. THALES.
It's not that hard to do. Push to talk.
Wait, what?
Thales. THALES.
I don't know.
The ticker is HO. Oh my god, the ticker's HO. How is this not a meme?
Oh, I've heard of that. I don't know what the fuck they do though.
The ticker's literally just HO. How is that not? How did Wall Street Bets not pick that one up?
What's the name of the company? THALES.
Yeah, THALES. Ticker is HO. HO.
WSP has probably talked about it.
This has 4%.
Apparently, it's almost. When I googled it, it seems like it's essentially like the French Lockheed Martin or Boeing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this actually doesn't look bad. I'm gonna write this down. I might consider fucking around with this.
Hey, you know how you guys were talking?
I don't care whether it's fucking drinking a beer or smoking a joint or snorting a line. It doesn't matter if you can't financially. If you receive any kind of government assistance to the point where you can't make ends meet, but the rest of us have to help you get along, then you don't get to party. You got to pay to play, right? Like if you're drawing from the system, then that means you don't have any room for luxuries right now. You got to get yourself back on your feet so you don't have time to be smoking dope or drinking beers or whatever. So to me, I'm a big advocate for testing and receiving government funding. If you want to get fucking welfare, sorry, but you got to pee in this cup, bro.
I agree.
I got a cup to keep the job. You got to pee in a cup to fucking suck off the tit of the government.
Why is it
And these people,
illegal?
the more they have
for-
kids and shit, like each kid is like that much more per month. Like, so these
Oh, yeah,
fucking
there's some
welfare
crazy
cases are
numbers,
having
yeah.
kids and they're just going.
I think it's like $3,000 a kid per year here. Just on taxes alone. Not to mention whatever you would get throughout the course of the year if you were, drawing a fund from it. And like I said, the system it needs to be in place. There are people that fall on their luck and need a hand and need help. And I'm not fucking cruel and inhumane to think that people don't deserve a fair shake, but when your fair shake looks a fuck all different than my fair shake, and then it starts to change. Why is it not against civil rights or like any laws or anything like that to draw blood or urine samples from people for, like you said, to have a job or to use a car, but it's not it's not okay to do the same thing to get free money from the government.
Yeah, it's the whole system's fucked, man. It's the bad apples that ruin it for the people that, like you said, that actually need it every month, and just so they can get their hustle back, and get that their game on and continue and support their families,
Yeah. So, I mean, it's nice that there is something in place to be able to make sure that some people get it, some people get it when they need it. But as with anything, I mean, there's going to be exploiters. All I heard was pee in the government's butt.
Not my favorite place to do the business, but okay.
A rusty waterfall? You don't get down?
Captain Tendyboard. Captain Tendybeard. I like the name. We were talking about welfare and welfare checks and people on getting free money from the government that abuse it. Up here in Canada, of course.
Well, across the board.
Which is the same, in the US as well.
I mean, it's interesting that you guys have much more of a, social, as far as like your healthcare and everything like that, and there's still people that fucking take even more.
Well, we have a lot of nice free programs in America too for preventive care.
Our medical care is like free across the board across Canada, so big difference.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's insanity. So, like, you're here, part of being on welfare is access to cheap or free healthcare, whereas everybody else buys insurance. Up there now, that's a big, massive expense that you don't have. Granted, you pay taxes for it, so it's baked in. But there's people
nothing's free.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. It's definitely paid for. There's it's a trade-off for sure. but it's an across the board trade off, and there's people that are getting the free, not having to deal with that aspect of welfare, and then still trying to double dip into the system. That's that's special. I mean, hell, if I were able to just cut out all forms of insurance, homeowners insurance, health and care insurance, the cars, the toys, everything, insurance alone. If I just cut the fucking money I spend on insurance in a year, that'd be a nice little chunk of money to throw at investing or anything.
My insurance is $700 per month for a married couple of two in America.
Now, is that through a job,
No,
or is that
I bought private health
like
insurance.
a private buy? I didn't hear you.
No, I just paid for private health insurance.
Okay, so that's just a company that you bought from alone.
Yeah, but it covers like cancer treatment and stuff, so I think it's worth it for me.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's an intensive coverage policy, then and you're paying it fully out of pocket by yourself with no assistance by a pool of other buyers or anything like that. That's how you get. The company isn't necessarily fucking paying for your insurance all the time. When you get insurance say you start working for a company and they offer this or that and the third insurance, well, part of them giving you that isn't necessarily that they're paying the insurance company some exorbitant amount of money for you to have the insurance. It's that all of the company is using them, so they're getting a cut rate to send all of that business to them. So the company's paying in a little bit, but they're definitely not fucking footing the bill the way that it makes it seem, It's not like they're out there buying $700 contracts a month.
Oh yeah. Speaking about insurance, the government in America is right now trying to make it so all Americans who own firearms have to pay for gun insurance as well for each year.
You can insure my gun when I can insure my president. When I can ensure he doesn't fuck shit up anymore. He can come take these hands.
The reason the stocks might do bad today, this coming week, is the government's also trying to increase the corporate tax rate in America. And not only that, they're also trying something new. They're going to try a global tax rate. So, say people in California will have the same tax rate as people here in North Carolina, and it's pretty bad when you come to a global corporate tax rate. I don't agree with it, and they mentioned the Cayman Islands as well. They're going to try to target the Cayman Islands. So that's why the market may see a lot of red during the end of the week. But during his speech, Ford did really well. I'm talking about stock ticker F, Ford Motor Company, and it's already up 7% today as well. They are really driving that initiative towards EV with the Mustang.
I have a 2018 F-150 truck, and my lease is this year, and they're probably going a full EV F-150 next year. So I think I might get in on that.
Yeah, I was telling people that Ford, they didn't use their tax credit. They didn't use tax credits for the electric cars yet, so they are going to be selling a lot of vehicles when their production ramps up. They'll be able to give that tax credit out, and their stock price is probably going to go over $13, $14 easily.
F-150 full EV, can you imagine? It would be so sick.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
If they do it right, yeah. I mean, it's definitely the F-150's workhorse frame and just general. It can handle a decent beating, and then just the torque and direct drive of electric motors. Not having to deal with, whatever that bullshit EcoBoost engine is blowing up.
Yeah, that towing capacity is going to be just pretty awesome in that speed. Whew.
Here comes another dip for you, Time.
You don't sound enthused.
I don't like the dips. I like the rises. But if they hire me, I'll be able to afford more stocks.
Just flip your monitor upside down.
God, it got worse. It turned to $25.
You trying to get back into U-Time?
I actually got back in it, so I'm just waiting for it to go up. It's gonna be like super risky play. That I advised other people not to copy me. Somebody actually copied me too, so I didn't even want to say anything about it today.
Yeah, it looks pretty good right now. It looks like it might turn over or drop
MACD
maybe.
is at the super
We'll see.
low at but the MACD showing it's going to go down even more right here, and the RSI is pretty low as well, so I don't know how far it's going to go down. Whoa, is this real? Whoa, GameStop tweeted to Cocaine Kramer. They said, "We love you, Cocaine Kramer." Legit. It's the real GameStop account as well.
Slow news day, you got a bait. Pixar didn't happen.
I'm gonna link you to direct tweet. I'm trying to...
Screenshot it.
I did. Alright, I'm gonna put it in memes channel.
That's my truck right there in general, guys.
Alright, so there goes the direct link. And there goes the screenshot right below it. GameStop loves Cocaine Kramer.
No
Isn't that
fucking
crazy
shit.
that they could do that?
That who's ever running their Twitter profile definitely just got a fucking reprimand.
What's the story? What's the story about Cocaine Kramer? I'm lost.
He's just some fucking clown on Twitter that has a picture of Kramer and is constantly tweeting crazy outlandish ass shit with just different doing cocaine lines, and he's got a coke booger and a fucking package from Moon Rocks. Like, it's just all weird shit.
It's the Twitter account used to troll Jim Cramer, and it's pretty funny. Always comments on Rowan Kitty post, GameStop post. It's hilarious.
Okay, gotcha.
But just the simple fact of, like, GameStop, the real verified fucking GameStop Twitter handle, actually interacting with one of these types of things is hilarious. You think our boy Colin's got anything to do with that?
How does that sound racist, Alcatone? What? Alright, so... Wow, the real Twitter account did that. That's funny.
Man, that's awesome.
I thought it was a joke at first, and then I clicked it. I saw the verification. I saw their 1.5 million followers. I was like, this is a real GameStop. Oh boy. I want Hall of Fame to go back down to $4 per share, and then I will buy more Hall of Fame.
Why are they signing their tweets with -CC? You see that? So they tweeted, this gentleman tagged GME, made my first GameStop today, 4 games.
Mav, it identifies the person who's actually running the account at the time.
Who's running the handle at the time? Okay.
Yeah. So
who was that?
that's their like
Wait, you say
identifying.
You think Kramer was running the account at one time?
No, it's just like the sign for the person who is. It could be their initials. It could be whatever. It's the employee who's running the account. So it'll change from time to time. Like whoever it is that's running it, it's going to be their handle, like at the end, their initials or whatever they use. Yeah. No, it'll be like that person's specific sign. So you'll see this a lot in social media accounts. So whatever your initials are, or if you've been assigned a sign and identifying like, like to thing, like what I believe it's going to be like their initials. Yeah, they're going to use that so that you know who was running the account at the time or who responded at the time.
Yeah, like it. Thanks, Fizzy.
Yeah, no problem.
Now I'm digging further back on their tweets to see like other posts that they posted to see multiple handles. That's that like all of the rest of them general just like links to whatever, but not really necessarily interacting with people are sans signature of any kind because they're just like regular marketing plugs, links to different promotions or whatever they have going on at the time. But I'm just not really seeing very many, if any, others that have signatures like that. So that's interesting that it started like right now. 17 hours ago, I see. So
you'll see it. All like social media accounts like this, like when you have companies interacting, like, when people complain and they'll be like, send us your, like, send a DM, they'll sign it with their thing. So if there's like an interaction happening that people are going to, like that sort of interaction, they will always sign off.
I imagine they probably also just beefed up their social media team as well.
Well, that's kind of what I'm gaming at. Like in my head here is like, okay, they're probably like not just making changes on the face, like to what the business is doing. There's, excuse me. There's got to be other shakeups happening, even infrastructure, because they gonna be.
Yeah, no, anything that gets this sort of hype going, they're going to have different direction, different companies have, but a lot of times on social media, you'll see them like push the envelope a little bit. You know, like
But
just
I'm
push the
even looking
limits.
back at like, what did Chewy do right around the same time? Like when
Yeah,
over,
exactly.
start seeing some of the ideas that they enacted in their business model, and see if we can watch them play out here in like a foreshadowing sense.
You guys look at the stock
Right.
ticker UNAM, United Nations America, or just in the tickers channel. It got halted going down.
UNAM, Unico America.
So crazy 420. Mouse is trying to join us today. It's just that he's, remember he was moving, so he's getting like the internet and all that set up. And once he gets that established, he's going to be able to like join in. And so yeah, he's trying to do that today.
The feds are on to him. The heat's on. He's got to lay low.
That stock UNAM, it went all the way up to like $8. Now it's crashing back down. People taking profits, and it's halted as people are trying to sell. Let me look at the order book.
There he
Mouse
is. He's
just sent a
peeking.
thing.
Mouse is
He's
peeking.
peeking.
He's always listening. He's right there.
Hilarious.
The order book doesn't look too bad. Definitely a lot of people trying to sell under that $7, $8 mark. Not too many buyers above $5 though. So it's a 50-cent spread on this stock. That's only $5.40. Very, very scary when it comes crashing down here after the halt.
Check out APRE, the therapeutics company that just released news 14 minutes ago.
Tell me that ticker.
APRE, Apria Therapeutics.
Are you sure it was just released?
Apria, not Afria.
No, this one's been around for a long time. I'm looking at the chart from last year.
Yeah, they just
From 2020 December, it was $5.50 per share. Then in January, it dropped all the way down here. Oh my God. No, sorry. It was $30 per share. Now it's $5 per share.
Let's find out what's going on with them. Their
It
pipeline.
does show the MACD going up. RSI hit up. This could be the first time it's going back up in a long time. Like it's reawakening. Apria, APRE.
They have a lot. They have a few stuff in there. They have hematologic drugs in the pipeline. They have solid tumor, gastric bladder, and SSO. So that one's only in phase 1.
I dropped the news in the general.
Okay. FDA orphan drug designation for. Okay.
It's not halted. It's just sitting there.
Commercial reactivate the mutant tumor suppressor protein.
There was definitely RSI waking up there at 44.
So that means it's fast track designation to building on the fast track designation. Okay. And this is for treatment of acute myeloid leukemia. Epren. That's their lead drug. So let's look at it.
It's just
They
a
haven't
cat
updated
looking into a window with Imagine Dragons playing.
If you guys want to check ORBC, it's 50% up.
And there it was.
Oh, are they only working on one drug? And they're doing all these different indications. Oh, see, this is problematic. I see. So they only have the they have other drugs. They have the APR 548. Okay, so this is the pipeline for Aprenatipropt, whatever this thing is called. So all of this is for that one drug. And then they have APR 548, which is a next generation P53 reactivator, engineered for oral administration. That's good. This one's just in preclinical. So literally they have like one shot kind of at getting this. And if they don't, then it's going to get knocked down. Just like we were looking at that company yesterday that really had no other drugs in the pipeline. This one does have something else they're kind of working on, but it's literally very early in the stage. They don't even have like, they're just preclinical. They haven't started any trials or anything else.
Mouse put hold the line in
Kitty
general.
also tweeted a cat on a clothesline. It's pretty funny.
Did you say buy more shares? Okay, I'm on the way.
Oh, it's funny he said hold the line when Roaring Kitty tweeted a meme with a cat on a clothesline.
I like 176.
What do you think, Mav? 9 more?
I'm trying to see what they're doing. I'm gonna find the hedgies, toss them back and forth, and whatever number they're using, I'll pick one and use that too. You know, like the other day it was 7. One day it was fucking 23. One day it was, like whatever they're playing with in the order book. Nothing. I'm not buying 100 right now. I'll tell you that
You're not
much.
buying 100?
Target price for Aprea, for anybody who's considering the Aprea, like your low on the low and median is like $6. Your high, this is kind of like, we're optimistic, very, very, very optimistic, is $10. So, and the current price is like 5 something. So,
What's the next significant gaming number after 64? I don't really have one. Yeah, I don't. I'm kind of pining over sitting on 64 shares with the idea of having bought a 64 as my first, I purchased with my own money console.
Apple and Tesla having a good day today.
Let's go.
Tesla went up like 2% earlier.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Let's
U-Time
go.
is heading back up a little bit too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Bitcoin and Ethereum too are having a good day, back in the green.
Oh yeah.
Hey, U-Time is moving again. 54. Let's get it.
Even that Dogecoin.
There goes 54 for U-Time. I'll trade you U-Time for Dogecoins. Give me how many Dogecoin is one U-Time?
I bought into that ING coin too, and it's up 10% today. Woo!
You get like 830 odd Doge right now for 1 share of
How
U-Time.
many Doge will give me for U-Time?
I'm telling you what market value is. I didn't tell you how many I would give you.
Oh, Doge is still around 6.16. Okay.
Yeah. So going off of market value for market value, it's like 880 odd. I'm surprised that GameStop's Twitter handle in general doesn't have very much activity as far as like reactions and stuff in general. A lot of that Cocaine Kramer tweet was yesterday at 350, and even now it's 51 retweets and 350 likes. You'd think like, you know, a whole day later, especially surrounding GameStop with all the hype from just GME.
That you, sorry, what was your statement? That you thought that it would get more traction?
Yeah, I just feel like...
Oh, I think the reason why is because it's a response to another comment, and then Cocaine Kramer's the one that retweeted it, so it's not going to get as much traction as if GameStop would have tweeted it on their, like, that's the reason why. So it's kind of hidden. Yeah.
About if it was a GameStop tweet versus a GameStop action or
reply
comment.
on somebody. Yeah.
Reply. Yeah. Okay.
That's...
I'm a Twitter noob. Boomer.
It's all good.
Full boomer. No
It's
Twitter
all
for
good.
Twitter. No Twitter for Maverick.
Dolphins starting to get that price level I want to buy at. I want to buy it at like $12.
So Mouse did put something here in the general. Does everyone hear something for your worries? GameStop, all directors will be compensated 100% in equity. Cohen to be chairman of board following annual meeting. Grube to serve on capital allocation committee. GameStop slate of directors including Alan Attal, Larry Chang, Ryan Cohen, Jim Grube, George Sherman, and Yang Shu. Wolf notified resignation as member of board. Wolf resignation not resulted of disagreement with company. Oh, okay. And he put a link here for investor GameStop. Oh, so it's a news release. GameStop announces slate director candidates 2021 annual meeting.
It's a news release and an update to the filing that they filed to their 8K and telling the SEC about all this stuff too.
Got it. Yeah, and team just put the link in the YouTube chat as well. Yeah, Cohen's gonna become CEO.
Man, who would have thought that he would want to become CEO of GameStop?
Don't piss people off. He's got a hard on for Bezos still.
He's got a goal that he wants to get to.
Yeah, to shit on Bezos. That's personal beef, and he's doing it on a multi-million-dollar scale. It's beautiful. He destroyed Amazon's like their entire pet industry took a dump when Chewy existed as like at its height and what it is now. And I don't see why he wouldn't do the same thing for games as Amazon tries to launch Luma, and they failed with their Crucible game, and it's big, I think.
This is what our emergency alert says here in Ontario. A stay-at-home order is in effect. Only leave home for essential purposes such as food, healthcare, vaccines, exercise, or work. It's the law. Stay home, save lives.
Damn.
Yeah, I posted screenshotted my Amber Alert in general there. Same thing.
Yeah, it's nuts how many people are ending up in the hospital. My sister's doctor, she was telling me numbers, and I've already mentioned, like, I know personally somebody that's in the hospital with COVID.
Is your news reporting on its virility based on the fact that it's a variant? It's not normal. It's not the original strain anymore.
I heard that it was the UK variant, like, it's absolutely nuts with spreading.
Breaking news, breaking news. Living on donuts, beer, and french fries is not a good idea, so perhaps you should readjust your diet.
Deciphering what Marduk said because it's incredibly low and backgroundy, but he said don't live off donuts and beer or else you're going to get sick.
Oatmeal.
Right. We have
He didn't say shit about eating oatmeal. Nobody wants to eat oatmeal. He said have a banana. Fuck your oatmeal.
Eat healthy, take the right vitamins. It's pretty simple.
You know what's crazy is that this person that I know that's in the hospital right now, and I mean, she's like in a dark place too, because she's just like, I don't know, because nobody can visit you. You know, you're just like there, and it's like, anyway, this is somebody who's hardcore, like, was against the lockdown and against all this stuff, and she's in there battling it, and just seeing her like posts is really like intense. She's just like, protect yourself, help protect each other, stay away from here, there's no room left here, COVID is real. Okay, they just brought somebody in a helicopter and they're trying to stabilize after the codes are announced. It's just like, she's like, I think dealing with all this by herself. But yeah, anyway,
Going back towards stocks, U-Time actually is moving again. It went from 52, now it's up to like 55.
Slick Nick just dropped something in the news channel, talking about space, talking about space stocks. It says here another space stock is coming. Even value investors will like this one. Barron's.com. It's a news article. The space economy is heating up, and investors have another way to play the growing industry. On Thursday, space infrastructure company Redwire announced plans to become a publicly traded company by merging with a special purpose acquisition company, or SPAC, Genesis Park Acquisition, ticker GNPK. Genesis Park stock rose almost 4% in pre-market this morning.
It's 1063
or 325 2021 negative. This is old news. This is, look at the timestamp on that. It's,
yeah, that's old.
Old. That's dead old. Let's look at the ticker.
GNPK is at 1064.
I'm rolling back to the 25th and seeing what it did.
Yo, pussy boy.
It shot up, kind of. I mean, not much, but it went from 987-ish up to 1075.
Yeah. Well, and it's your typical SPAC $10 price range, right? Like, pretty much all of the, pre-purchase, pre-buzz SPACs have been in this $10 range, right? Plus or minus 50.
Except for plus or minus $60 in the case of CCIV.
Well, we're not going to talk about that.
But yeah, this is where they should be. They should remain around there until they actually go through, and there's, this.
Yeah, since you guys talk about CCIV, I have NEO and I don't have CCIV. Should I sell my NEO and get CCIV?
I don't know.
For for long term, not right now.
Yeah, CCIV would be good long term, I'd think.
I trust the Lucid Motors to be a bigger player than Neo, but that's personally, you know, how I feel about a lot of those stocks.
I just think Lucid's going to get promoted a crap load when they when their vehicles get released. I mean, all the upper, you know, people are going to be like, dude, you got to buy Lucid. It's the next big thing, you know, whatever. And then it's just going to push everything up.
It's just flashy too. The car looks great.
American buyers are still afraid of Chinese products, especially when it comes to terms of vehicles. Like, yeah, we'll buy trinkets and novelties all day long, but when it comes to big purchases, how many people do you know are talking about trying to drive a Chinese car or have a Chinese refrigerator or have, you know, like they're not up on the list in terms of
reliability.
that.
People are not going to think it's reliable. Yeah, they're going to think it's going to be not well made or fall apart, even though this may not be entirely accurate, you know.
Oh, 100%. It could be all speculation, but that's 90% of what the market is, right? So if the perceived notion is quantity over quality, and you're putting Lucid up against Neo in terms of share price based on public sentiment, Lucid shits all over Neo, I think, in terms of the American markets.
Totally. Plus, you've got a CEO that used to work at Apple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you guys for the information. Really helpful.
No, the CEO used to be the head engineer for Tesla Model X, I think.
Right. Okay, that's right. Okay, he was just friends with Steve Jobs.
His friends, Steve Jobs and his wife, they're still good friends.
U-Time woke up, it went all the way to $58 from 52.
If you call that waking up.
From 52 to 58. It was sleeping for a while.
Yeah, for people that are playing with thousands of capital, the only play that U-Time made that you should be talking about that had any light was the first play. Now the rest of these are tiny swings that most people can't access and are fucking damned insane if they try.
And they're just trying to get out of it, probably.
Like that little 17 to 60 stab. Sack. What's 11% gain? 50 to 52? 52 to 58. Yeah, I guess, but you want to make $10?
$10. If you're investing with $100, I guess it's different for those people. But I mean, 11% here, 11% there adds up pretty fast.
Oh yeah.
This is interesting about on that press release that they say following the for GameStop following the annual meeting, individual director compensation will be reduced approximately 28% from the prior year. Interesting. I think that's
well, so they're going to get paid less to do the job, but they're going to get paid strictly in equity. So that's, you know, an overall evaluation of less like what your annual take is, but given that it's in stocks, you know, this
definitely. But I mean, that's great, right, for investors.
Well, I think it's an awesome thing for investors, especially considering we're not paying out of the company's pool that we're trying to build to grow the company. And when the time comes, those, you know, those shares are worth, you know, what they're worth.
Yeah, there's the incentive for them to be worth more. So that's great.
To do a better job, yeah.
Down for that.
Down for the fact that the entire board was completely on board with that. Like, that shows huge signs of it, like, of people wanting to, you know, put the work in, right?
Mm-hmm.
When your compensation is based solely on the survivability of a company that's dealing with this shit right now and being shorted to piss by a bunch of, you know, hedge funds that got caught, then yeah, I think that's an extra incentive to do a good job and to try to make the company the best it can be.
For sure.
Short squeeze aside, I think that anybody that's looking at GameStop in this one, $150 to $190, $200 range, long term, mind you, 5 years down the road, it could be a healthy investment. It's just complete, short squeeze aside. I don't see why they couldn't do something in the digital space, why they can't do their own form of rental system distribution type online atmosphere, Netflix, whatever. There's plenty of opportunity out there, and the customer service that you get from Chewy is amazing. 100% through and through, some of the best dealings I've had with a company. And if they translate that into games as well, I think that'd be pretty awesome.
Did you guys see that post where there was a person who had to return some of the stuff that they bought because their pet died? And Chewy's customer service, have you guys seen that?
I've seen stories just like it. I don't know if I've seen the specific one, but yeah, they gave them full refunds immediately, and
they sent flowers.
That's what it was, a letter and a care package for condolences.
Yeah. Just crazy. It's like amazing.
I get a letter every year for my dog's birthday. A friend of mine had their dog had some gnarly reaction to the treats that they got. Not only did Chewy refund the treats, but they asked for a copy of the vet bill. And I think they worked out a deal with him and took care of half of it or something.
That's insane. That's so awesome.
Like out of their PR pool, obviously, but like it's a real fucking deal thing that
they are amazing.
They care about their customers, period. They want you to feel comfortable shopping with them through and through and know that you're making the best decision for your pets. And no matter what pets, they have everything. They have fucking aquatic, for fish, for cats, birds, you name it, exotic stuff. If you have any like ferrets or sugar gliders or other, things like that, they literally have everything. Amazon of pets, and they do it better because they care.
So is this in the near future for GameStop?
That's what we're hoping. If Cullen had any finger in that pie, making Chewy what it is, if he could take any of that atmosphere and bring it to GameStop, granted, people that play games are, more leaning towards toxic type tendencies, comparatively speaking to pet owners. Pet owners are naturally like, a little quirky, but they're kind and loving, right? They love the animals, blah, blah, blah. Whereas gamers are COD players in their mom's basement, that quintessential idea, right? So who knows if the customer support team is going to be able to have the same, love and care, affectionate effect on.
Dude, can you?
What?
And you have nobody there, and then they just call 1-800 number, and they send you somebody to play with? That'd be awesome.
1-800 buy a lobby. LFG, man. That's another thing that GameStop can get into, though, is like building a community around gaming, not just buying and selling games. Because if you can get people to be on your platform, then naturally they're going to use it to purchase games when the time comes. So if they can build an LFG for different, consoles and PC and everything, that'd be massive. People would love to be able to like go straight from talking on Discord about whatever game they want to, whatever, and a one-click solution to buy it. Twitch, if you're watching video games on Twitch, right? So you're watching whoever plays something, you're interested in the game, and Amazon was smart enough to tie in. You can literally buy the game right off Amazon from watching somebody stream it on Twitch with a click of a button in their comment section. And that wasn't like that prior to Amazon taking over. The content creator could put links, obviously, but as far as like Twitch as a platform, making it something where you would go to that game from a link that they provided.
Mic check, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're low, Mark.
I'm sorry, I'll try and speak loud because my phone is like, I don't know why it's like this, but yeah, it's not going to get much louder. But maybe they could do it like Steam where everything's on there and, they offer you, you can download like a free trial, right? So, even before you get the game, even if it's a brand new game, like every game has a trial version. So you can actually get the feel for the game instead of having to fucking cough up the money for it, not like it, and then have to sell it back at like, $2 for the game.
Yeah, if they could work out a deal with the game creators to offer a short window, like an hour or whatever of playtime, 2 hours worth of playtime.
I thought some companies are like they'll give you to limit the.
Well, I think certain companies that do like Ubisoft and those that offer their games direct via their platforms, some of them offer a little trial before you buy type deal, but most don't.
Isn't GameStop doing that? They're doing like a subscription where you can play every game.
Like they have a Netflix style service, you mean?
Yeah, but for like games, it's like GameFly. I read an article about it that they're gonna do like a subscription monthly, and you can play like any game on there.
They might be having it in the works, but I don't think they have anything like that now.
No, yeah, I think it's in the works.
Microsoft's got something like that with Game Pass.
GameFly's been around for a long time. They used to send you stuff in the mail.
Well, yeah, GameFly, that you would literally get the discs or the whatever cartridges like Netflix physical, but I think they tried to do an online thing for a little while and it kind of failed. The new big players are obviously Stadia with Google, NVIDIA's GeForce Now.
Hey, isn't that the GameFly owned by Redbox?
Guys,
yeah, I think so.
News. There is the global economy debate right now, and Federal Chairman Pierre is the speaker. Oh my God. I'm putting it in the news channel.
Sell everything.
Live, Federal Chair Jerome Powell, speaker at IMF event on global economy.
Well, my portfolio was
Here it goes.
green.
Welcome to the IMF's debate on the global economy. I'm Sarah Eisen from CNBC's Closing Bell. It is a great time to talk about the outlook because the global economy is looking up. Vaccines, stimulus, and a reopening, slowly, a return to normal life, increasingly pointing to faster growth in the biggest economies. But across the world, we're in a multi-speed recovery with some serious divergences and risks. We've got it all covered in this spectacular panel. It's an honor for me to present our esteemed panelists to you. You couldn't ask for a better group to talk about what we're facing in the global economy. IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva with us, U.S. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, WTO Director General Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and Eurogroup President Pascal Donohoe. Thank you all for being here today. We're going to jump right in. Managing Director, if you could just set the stage for us. You have now upgraded your forecast for the global economy a few times. Talk to us about why things are looking so much better than you originally expected.
Well, it is great to be bringing some good news. We have upgraded the growth projections for the world to 6%, and it is on the basis of three things. One, vaccinations advancing. Two, major economies putting in more stimulus, and the United States most recently did that. And three, we all have learned to function with the pandemic still around us. In other words, lockdowns do not cause the same decrease in economic activity. But there are two things to watch. One, the virus is mutating and still roaming around the world. Therefore, we have to concentrate on vaccinations
who suggested the sundial collapse?
Fair shot. Two, we see dangerous divergence with a small group of economies, the US, China, and a couple of other emerging market advancing economies, moving to their pre-COVID levels by the end of this year, and the rest of the world being behind. Low-income countries, vulnerable countries, tourism-dependent, small islands, they are all diverging vis-a-vis the rest. And that has been a big focus of our meetings. What can we do? My main point here is that I'm extremely grateful to the membership of the IMF for committing to provide a big boost to reserves globally, $650 billion special drawing rights allocation. It will help these countries that are falling behind the most.
We'll get to that, and I know there's news on that today, and some of the other policies, fiscal, monetary, and otherwise, that can get us there. But, you know, Minister Donohoe, the managing director mentioned vaccines first in terms of the outlook for recovery. Europe, there's optimism there too, but the speed and the strength of the recovery is a little bit of a wild card. Can you tell us where you are on vaccination and why it's been so much slower than expected?
So if you look at the vaccination outlook, it is one that is going to improve for Europe. In February, for example, we made use of 28 million different vaccines within the European Union. By the time we get to April, we expect that to be 100 million vaccines. % of our adult population by the summer. We will get there and we will deliver that. So it's fair to say that at the very start of the vaccination process, due to the fact that the European Union has so many different countries within it, and we were centralising something new for us, which was mass vaccination, and allowing that and asking for that to be led by the Commission in the European Union, we did have a number of difficulties that we needed to work our way through. But we are working through them, and when we get, for example, to the summer, we will be delivering the targets that we set, and that will create the foundation, for example, when we move into next year. You'll see the European Union being able to supply billions of vaccines through the 50 different manufacturing sites that we have across the European Union. So we're making good progress, and I think that is a reason for optimism regarding the ability of Europe to make progress in the face of the challenges described by the Managing Director a moment ago.
Even bigger vaccine challenges. Director General Dr. Ngozi, around the world on vaccines, you've been focused on this issue of vaccine inequity. How long do you think it's going to take to get some sort of global herd immunity where at least we can get a majority of people in countries around the world access to the vaccine so that we can all return to normal life?
Well, thank you, Sarah. If we continue with the inequality in vaccine access that we have now, it will take a long time because you have to look at the numbers. of the vaccines that have been administered so far, 0.1% have gone to low-income countries, about 86% to high and upper middle-income countries. So if we don't do something to change the pace at which the poorer countries are getting access to vaccines, it will take a long time to get to herd immunity for the world. And this is really in the self-interest of everyone, every country, because we know, as the managing director, Kristalina, said, there are mutations, variants are coming up. And if we don't act fast, we might have the rest of the world that has been vaccinated might see the gains they've made reversed. So I think it will take a long time unless we do something fast to reverse the inequality. And that means upping volumes of production of vaccines and allowing better manufacturing access to developing countries, distributing manufacturing capacity wider than we have now.
Chair Powell, the U.S. is going fast and is the driver of optimism in the global economy right now, thanks to 3 pharmaceutical companies, thanks to a lot of fiscal stimulus, and of course you and your team at the Federal Reserve. We just got a great jobs report, a record services number. How strong of an outlook of a rebound are we looking at for this year?
So thank you, Sarah. So there are a number of factors that are coming together to support a brighter outlook for the U.S. economy, which looks like faster recovery and economic activity and job creation. I'd point to substantial fiscal support, vaccination now moving quickly and on track to allow a full reopening of the economy fairly soon. We vaccinated at least over 100 million Americans have had at least one vaccine. Over 60 million are fully vaccinated, and we're doing something like 3 million per day. So that's moving right along. And, of course, monetary policy is still supportive. And we got a taste of what faster progress will look like with the March employment report. Close to 1 million jobs, particularly if you add in the revisions for January and February. And we want to see a string of months like that so we can really begin to show progress toward our goals. The recovery, though, here remains uneven and incomplete. The burden is still falling on lower income workers. The unemployment rate in the bottom quartile is still 20%. There's still 8.5 million people out of work. And this unevenness that we're talking about is a very serious issue. Viruses are no respecters of borders, and until the world really is vaccinated, we're all going to be at risk of new mutations, and we won't be able to really resume activity with confidence all around the world. So it's not only the right thing to do, it's also the smart thing to do, as the Director General just said.
When you think about, Chair Powell, the substantial progress that you'd like to see, you mentioned a number of the economic indicators. Do you pay attention to what's happening with the globe, with what the 3 other panelists were just describing in terms of the speed of vaccinations, the speed of recoveries? They're not doing as much on the fiscal front as we are here in the United States. Does that matter for how fast you're going to start the exit strategy, start talking about tapering and the path to normalization?
Well, so what we've said about our asset purchases is that they would continue at the current pace until we see substantial further progress toward our goals. And that will really mean actual progress. We're not looking at forecasts for this purpose. We're looking at actual progress toward our goals. So we'll be able to measure that. That's inflation. It's also the indicators of maximum employment. I would look at global vaccination as a risk, really, to something to weigh in as a risk to the progress that we are making. So it's something that we track very carefully, of course, and call out as a risk. And by the way, there's a risk here in the United States as well. Cases are moving back up here. And so I would just urge that that people do get vaccinated and continue socially distancing. We don't want to get another outbreak, even if it might have less economic damage and kill fewer people. It'll slow down the recovery.
Managing Director Kristalina, how long should central bankers like the Fed chair stay in this emergency support mode?
Let me praise both central bankers and finance authorities. In this crisis, they acted swiftly, decisively, and on a large scale. Globally, we have $16 trillion of fiscal measures and the equivalent of $10 trillion in what central banks have done as accommodative policy and support for the economy. That has helped, and it should be continued until we have a durable exit from the health crisis. Why? because premature withdrawal of support can cut the recovery short, and that would mean all the benefits we have built, putting a floor of the economy to be potentially lost. I want to make two pleas. One is to recognize that this year, next year, vaccine policy is economic policy. And it is even a higher priority than the traditional tools of fiscal and monetary policy. Why? Because without it, we cannot turn the fate of the world economy around. And it is, as Chair Powell said, smart policy. We calculated at the fund that between now and 2025, we will add $9 trillion to global output if everybody is vaccinated faster. And the other interesting piece of this is 60% will go to the developing and emerging market economies. 40% of the benefit would go to advanced economies, and that would translate into $1 trillion additional tax revenues in advanced economies. I cannot think of a better value for money this and next year than investing in accelerated vaccinations. And only then Chair Powell can think seriously about exit strategy, which, by the way, of course, matters tremendously for the United States. It matters for the rest of the world. Strong growth in the United States has positive spillover impact. With the same token, if there is a gradual change in financial conditions in the world, that may be tough on countries that are falling behind. This multi-speed recovery bears some risks for financial stability. What is the key to it? Put an end durably to the health crisis.
So we're talking about the sort of three pillars of fighting the pandemic and the economic pain that's out there. Minister, we talked to you about vaccines in Europe. The ECB has also been innovative when it comes to its policy and pledged full support. And then there's fiscal policy, and there has been Is there scope to do more, and why haven't you gone bigger on that front?
Well, thanks, Sarah. And I mean, of course, it's always valuable to make comparisons between what different parts of the world are doing, because we can learn from each other, we can calibrate our efforts, we can look whether we are all doing enough. If you look at the figures for last year, it would have indicated that the United States was involved in discretionary fiscal stimulus measures worth around 10% of their national income. And the euro area at the same point was involved in measures of around 8% of our national income. So there was a difference, and that has to be acknowledged. But in addition to that, we would have had social insurance systems within the European Union that would have been providing payments to many of our citizens automatically. And that also played a really important role in supporting the European economy across 2020. And as we look into 2021, Sarah, and the period ahead, I mean, there are many things happening in Europe at the moment that will be at the heart of driving our recovery. We have coming up very soon the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And as you know, the Recovery and Resilience Fund is a very, very large expenditure and grant programme commonly funded by the European Union. The kind of an initiative which before the pandemic would have been unthinkable. That's going to be happening later on this year, and member states are adding to that initiative within the European Union by their own budgetary decisions. So that, combined with a vaccination programme which is accelerating, does mean that as we move through this year and into next year, you will see Europe move ahead and you will see our recovery gather pace. And as we are doing that, then we have to be very conscious, which we are, of the global responsibilities that have been touched on by the other speakers in the panel, and how Europe can continue to contribute.
Hey guys, did anybody else notice Mouse's post the other day about Blink charging and the call options?
For global trade, what do you expect this year as we are starting to see this recovery? How strong does it bounce back?
Well, thank you, Sarah. Yes, a trade.
I think he posted something about $46, $47 call options expiring on the 16th, and those are pretty much in the money now.
I would like to say that trade has been quite resilient. Even though we've had issues with export restrictions and prohibitions, you can see that during the pandemic, supply chains
BLNK.
We had, in spite of the contraction of trade, we had trade in medical supplies and equipment up by 16%.
I was going to buy a $43 call option yesterday, but I didn't pull the trigger like an idiot.
Up by 50%. So I think trade has contributed to mitigating the effects of the pandemic in some ways. But of course, it could do more. And the good news is that our forecasts show that trade will be up by 8% this year. But within that figure, there's considerable divergence. We see imports and exports in North America and Asia rebounding quite quickly and faster than, say, Sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East. And so the divergence we see in recovery is reflected also in divergence in trade. This is partly due to the fact that whereas the rich countries have been able to issue more fiscal stimulus. For example, according to the figures that the fund put out, I think it's about 21% of GDP fiscal stimulus in richer countries compared to 6% for emerging markets and 3% for low-income countries. So that has also had something to do with the weakness in some of the regions in terms of the economic rebound. But trade, we hope, can contribute more. First, to making vaccines more available by lowering export restrictions, working with manufacturers to up volumes and getting more of the vaccines around the world. And secondly, I think a strong multilateral trading system can contribute so much to the international recovery, much more than one would have expected.
Chair Powell, divergences is the word of the panel so far, and even in the U.S., which is growing strongly and quicker than the rest of the world, there are some divergences. It's not equal by race, by gender, by sector. You've been focused on this. I've heard you talk about it at the news conferences. Which parts worry you the most, and can you do anything about it?
What was so unusual about this event, this pandemic event, was that it hit companies that were in the service industries that faced the public with a lot of public interaction. And the people who lost their jobs to the biggest extent were relatively low-paid service workers in travel, leisure, hotels, restaurants, and things like that. Those people tend to skew towards minorities, towards women. They tend to be lower paid and have less in the way of wealth to fall back on. So they bore just a very large portion of the burden. As I mentioned, the unemployment rate among the bottom quartile of earners is now still 20%, whereas at the higher end, the labor market has virtually recovered, but not for people in the bottom 20%. So we've been very concerned about this from the beginning. And it amounts to 9 or 10 million people, depending on how you count it, who were working in February of 2020 and who are now unemployed. So they were in the workforce. They clearly want to be working, but they're not. And we will not forget those people, and we'll provide the economy the support that it needs until that job is done. The real concern, though, is that longer-term unemployment can allow people's skills to atrophy, their connections to the labor market to dwindle, and they have a hard time getting back to work. Also, it's important to remember we're not going back to the same economy. This will be a different economy. And one of the things we hear from companies is that they've spent a lot of time since the pandemic arrived looking at ways to have more effective technology and perhaps fewer people. So you're going to see some of that in these public-facing jobs. So there will be millions of people who have a hard time finding their way back into the workforce and recovering the lives that they had just a year ago. And, I think it would be appropriate for us to continue to support those people. What we call labor market scarring, when people are out of work for a long period of time, the record shows empirically that their whole economic lives and, frankly, their broader lives as human beings can be damaged even permanently. So we want to avoid that. And I would say we have avoided a great deal of it. The really bad outcomes that we were concerned about a year ago have not materialized. Nonetheless, 9 or 10 million people out of work, and we need to keep supporting them and supporting the economy, and we will.
Managing Director, did you want to say something about the scarring, but also the unequal nature?
Money printer go
It is very clear that within countries and across countries, the impacts of the pandemic-induced crisis are very different. Within countries, it is low-skilled workers, women, and unfortunately, young people. They entered the labor market at the time the economy is in recession. They're more severely hit. And as Chair Powell said, contact-dependent sectors not only are being depressed now, but some of them would find it hard to come up. And then comes the second scarring that is related to small and medium-sized enterprises vis-a-vis the larger companies. What we are seeing in our research is that there is a high probability that once policy support is withdrawn, we would see companies that have been pretty much on life support falling off the cliff, and SMEs are likely to be more severely impacted, meaning that 1 in 10 jobs may disappear. So the question is, what should policymakers do? First, it is critical when we would withdraw support to, at the same time, lift it up to help people reskill and reprofile, move from shrinking sectors to those that are expanding. And I want to give 2 examples of expanding activities with more attention to the climate crisis and more investments going into the new climate economy. There are opportunities for job creation. Just take, for example, renewable energy, 7 jobs to 1 in the traditional coal energy sector. That would require, of course, training and support. Similarly, reforestation, taking care of land degradation, resilience to climate shocks. These are all labor-intensive activities. Policymakers need to think about it now, so we are able to support a transition of people. And then the second issue, of course, is how we make sure that there is sufficient attention paid to a vibrant small and medium-sized enterprise sector. And that is more about how access to finance will take place. We are going to have a different economy. It doesn't mean a worse economy if we think well in advance. If we think about educational attainment, if we think about flexibility for people entering the labor market, and if we think about where growth is going to come from. In the United States, there is now a lot of discussion about infrastructure, including green infrastructure. This is very positive because we have to have not only support through the crisis, but also injection of a momentum for the recovery in the European Union. There is the Next Generation EU Fund with the same objective.
Are you supporting? Are you going on the record supporting President Biden's new infrastructure plan, the American Jobs Plan?
For quite some time, we have been in favor of more investment in infrastructure. It helps to boost productivity here in the United States. And we think that adding to these 2 elements, green and social services, social infrastructure is positive. We haven't yet assessed the plan in terms of what may be the impact. What may be the impact on the growth projections for the United States? But broadly speaking, yes, we do support it.
Don't worry, Chair Powell won't get you on that one. Minister Donahoe, how are you How are you tackling these issues in Europe? You mentioned the Recovery Fund, which, of course, a huge component is green infrastructure. How are you thinking about building the economy to serve what Chair Powell and Managing Director were talking about, the workers that have been left behind?
Well, thank you, Sarah. I think the first step to do is to realise the scale of the challenge that we have. And if I look at it from a European perspective, across the period of the pandemic so far, we've seen unemployment levels within the European Union go up on average by around 0.5%. But if you're a young person, we've seen the unemployment rate for young people go up by 6%. And if you're a young woman, we've seen the unemployment rate for young women go up by 9%. And it really illustrates just how powerful the varied impact of the pandemic is at the moment. And in terms of how we respond back to something that is amplifying and deepening the risks of inequality, I think there's two different phases to it. The first one is the responsibility that we have to look to protect income, particularly the income of the most vulnerable, at a time in which the pandemic is having such an effect in our society. And across Europe and obviously within America, a huge focus has been placed on how we can do that. And then secondly, to build on the point just made by the Managing Director a moment ago, we do have to recognise that when we are looking to prioritise a green transition and a digital transition as being the recipients of huge additional investment, we have to be aware that the movement in our labour market to respond back to that investment might not be automatic. Moving somebody from a contact-intensive part of our economy, for example, into parts of our economy that could be renewable, that are about a climate transition, will continue to require a really active stance from governments from a policy point of view. And the focus on training, the focus on how we ensure that we don't confuse a rebound with equaling all of a recovery, and the need to continue to support positive change within our economy for all the individuals impacted by this, I think is the great approaching challenge that we'll all be confronted with, and I believe we have the measure of, and will respond positively to.
I wanted to move this conversation to another hot button topic right now when it comes to the global outlook, which is inflation. And Director General, I was really eager to hear from you on this because Chair Powell gets asked about it a lot lately, says what we're seeing, what we're going to see is going to be transitory. A lot of what's happening is coming as a result of what we're seeing in supply chains, Suez Canal, global chip shortage, a lot of things that you're probably monitoring. Can you bring us up to speed on what you think that the impacts of what we're seeing is going to have on prices globally?
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yes. You know, I just want to touch on the Suez Canal incident and what happened to supply chains and to production around the world during that. It shows you how important these supply chains are. When we had the Ever Given that was stuck in the Suez Canal for a couple of days, it really held up supply chains all around the world. It held up production. And so this is, it's really very, very important. What we're seeing is that as the developed countries or the richer countries are performing better and the economies are doing much, much better, we see a lot of shipping going and goods going in that direction. And of course, in terms of shipping containers, there's an indication of how supply containers of goods going to developed countries, goods not coming from poorer or developing countries, a shortage of goods moving around is part of the difficulty we are going to see as we move forward. Looking at supply chains globally. So how ships move, how containers move, this is going to impact on what happens to inflation differentially in the different parts of the world. So hopefully, as we are projecting that trade is going to rebound this year. We hope that this kind of movement will make sure that supply chains perform the function in terms of making sure goods are supplied all around the world for production.
Chair Powell, you've said inflation coming is transitory. Even ECB President Lagarde, I think, used your word and referred to it as transitory. But a lot of people are still wondering about that. They want to know, what does transitory mean? How long is transitory? How high would be too high for you to tolerate in terms of an inflation rate? Can you just expand on that?
Sure. So let me just be very clear on what we mean by transitory. So there's a difference between essentially a one-time increase in prices and persistent inflation. When we say inflation, that's what we mean. We mean persistent inflation that goes up by 2% or 4% or whatever it is, year after year after year. And that level of inflation tends to be dictated by underlying inflation dynamics in the economy, as opposed to things like bottlenecks. So, you know, the nature of a bottleneck is that it will be resolved, that the supply side, if you will adapt, and that therefore whatever costs people have to bear in prices because supplies are temporarily tight as the economy reopens, those won't be repeated next year. We wouldn't think they'd be repeated. We'd think that the supply chain will adapt and become more efficient. It might take a year, but that'll happen. And so that's essentially what we're saying. Remember, Sarah, that we've had 25 years of inflation dynamics, roughly 25 years, where inflation has been low. Many advanced economies around the world, at least for the last decade, have been unable to reach 2% inflation. Some are actually fighting off disinflation. And that has been the dominant sort of set of dynamics about inflation for some decades. And now we have a situation where the economy is reopening. There'll be a surge in demand, perhaps. There will be bottlenecks, perhaps. But it seems unlikely that will change the underlying inflation psychology that has taken deep roots over the course of many, many years. So that's what we think. We think that there will be upward pressure on prices, which may be passed along to consumers in the form of price increases. We think that effect will be temporary. Now, let me say that there's no certainty in this. And if it turned out that inflation, and particularly inflation expectations, were to move up materially in a way that suggested that they were being de-anchored and that inflation might move persistently well above 2%, we would react. Of course, that would be our job. One of our two mandates is price stability. The other is maximum employment. We don't think that's the most likely outcome, but we do have the tools to deal with that outcome. We will use them to guide inflation back to 2%. If the need arises, but in the most likely case, this period will show temporarily higher prices, but not persistent inflation.
What would you do? You would raise interest rates?
That's the principal tool we have is with inflation. Yes, the traditional tool is to restrain the economy and reduce inflation that way. Again, we don't think that's the most likely outcome. That is the playbook, though. If inflation were unexpectedly, counter to our expectations, to move meaningfully above levels where we're comfortable, in particular inflation expectations. These days, people think that inflation is largely a function of what the public expects it to be. And we would be monitoring inflation expectations very carefully. If we see them moving persistently and materially above levels we're comfortable with, then we would react to that.
Managing Director, what's going to happen to the global economy when Chair Powell is ready to lift off, which he's not, and he's making very clear, and ready to talk about tapering the extraordinary stimulus? You reference this, but clearly the rest of the world is watching and feeling it.
Let me first say that to the extent that we also research what may be happening in the United States, we subscribe to what Chair Powell said. Our expectations are for 2.25% inflation in the U.S. next year. And it is correct to connect what may be done in the United States to counter more abundant expectations for inflation. Exuberant is the right word. then there would be impact on interest rates, and that would have implications for the rest of the world, especially for economies and businesses that are highly leveraged and that are seeing their interest rates jumping as a result. And this is why the very careful approach that Chair Powell is taking to communicating clearly is very helpful, both to hold these expectations in the United States from being lifted up, and also for the rest of the world to be clear around monetary policy in the United States. Let me make 2 points on inflation. One is that we are actually more concerned about inflation in emerging markets, developing countries, where the monetary financing has been taking place because of the limited fiscal space and the need to support the economies. This is why it is so important for international institutions, financial institutions like the IMF, to be there for these countries so they do not need to fall back on monetary financing. Some of them, for the first time, are using quantitative easing. As Chair Powell would know, this is a delicate instrument to apply. And for that reason, we are watching carefully what may be happening in emerging markets. The second point on inflation is that we need to remember how important trade is to hold inflation back, because it allows goods and services produced at least cost to travel around the world, holding prices down. And I would argue strongly that we all need to support Ngozi in her role to reform the trade system so it delivers what it has been successfully delivering for decades, a world where we can all enjoy improvements in standards of living because of getting the benefits of division of labor.
Well, Dr. Ngozi, that's a perfect segue. I was going to ask you next. We still have tariffs between the U.S. and China. There's still this sort of big question mark over a trade deal between the two largest economies. What's going to happen with that under your leadership? And generally, how are you going to open trade more? It's been, WTO's had feel like a rough period here in the previous administration.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Yes, and well, we all know that an open and transparent and fair multilateral trading system is what is the best for the whole world. And that is why it's important to support and strengthen the WTO. A strengthened WTO can perhaps help both China and the US, the EU and the US, to solve some of the problems or the difficulties with respect to tariffs between them. Although we hope that some of these, particularly the EU-US problems with Boeing and Steel and Airbus, maybe we can come to some negotiated solutions that would be outside the WTO. I think solving these problems is going to be materially important to boost trade all around the world, because when the big powers have these kinds of problems, it impacts what happens in other countries and what happens with trade. So I think what we need to do is to strengthen the WTO so that strengthen the multilateral mechanisms and trading systems so that countries can once more have a recourse, a place where they can go, for instance, to settle any disputes, to build a consensus around certain trade rules that are going to be very strong for the world. And that's what we are trying to do at the WTO. We have the dispute settlement system, which has been paralyzed for some time. That needs to be reformed because as a rule-making organization, it's anomalous to be talking of making new rules where the one place where members can come to settle their disputes is paralyzed. So that's one area where we really need strong reform. And we need the support of all the members, the US, China, the EU, developing countries as well, to make this work. I think that the WTO also needs to reform to get up to its rules, up to 21st century issues. Earlier on, both Kristalina and Chairman Powell talked of the digital economy. This is one area where, you know, the world is moving very fast. This is what is going to drive trade for the foreseeable future. And yet we don't have the rules that underpin this. So strengthening those rules, strengthening rules that help inclusion of micro, medium, and small enterprises and women in trade, as we see women have been particularly hit hard by the pandemic. These are all areas that the WTO needs reform. And finally, on climate, I mean, trade can contribute so much to issues of climate change, to lower carbon emissions in the world. Again, we need to build the rules there that will help to strengthen the system. So a lot of work to be done, a lot of challenges in order to make the place a viable one where big countries, small countries can settle their differences and agree on new rules to underpin trade in the world. It's going to be tough, but we hope to get it done.
I was going to say, you have a long to-do list there. Thanks for sharing it. While in the few minutes left, we've been talking about all these issues that could affect the outlook, inflation, trade. Minister Donohoe really wanted to get your take on politics in Europe in particular, because Chancellor Merkel is retiring this year after 16 years. Germany faces that election in September, which is, of course, paramount for Europe. Macron faces re-election early next year. What's going to happen?
Well, I'm very optimistic about the ability of Europe to continue to be able to respond to the challenges of COVID-19, but also pursue the many other opportunities that we want to on behalf of our citizens and making our contribution to a better world. You're right to say we do have some important elections coming up in what will be happening first in Germany and what will then be happening in France. But if you look at elections that have just taken place, look at the elections that have taken place in Holland, if you look at the change that, for example, has happened in Italian politics, in both cases there we've seen governments either being about to be formed or one that has been put in place now under Prime Minister Draghi, that is very committed to the European project and very committed to strengthening it. And also what we have seen is the institutions of the European Union, like, for example, our Commission, play such a valuable role in putting together the kind of economic initiatives that are helping Europe do things which even a year ago we wouldn't be able to do. And the kind of political responses that give me that optimism would be, for example, we have a programme here in Europe called the SURE programme. And that programme now has helped pay the wages of between 25 and 30 million of European citizens during the time of the pandemic. And that shows the political strength that is there behind our response to this pandemic and so many other things. I am hopeful that as these elections approach and as others take place, we'll see this dynamic at least be in place, if not strengthened, in the years to come.
Chair Powell, since we're on into 2022, your term is up February 2022. Are you going to be the one to execute this massive challenge of an exit policy? We were a little surprised to hear that you haven't had any calls yet with President Biden. I don't know if that's normal or not. Hard to define after your engagement with the last president.
Sarah, I have another massive challenge that I'm very focused on, and that is just to do my job every day as best I can to serve all of the American people, all the people that we're so fortunate to serve. And I really don't spend any time thinking about that. I spend a lot of time thinking about how do we do the best job that we can, and that's enough to think about.
Good answer. In the moment that we have left, I just want to get everybody's thoughts on the biggest risk to this outlook. We've talked about a lot of the issues and how you feel about them, but to use a cliche in news, what keeps you up at night, Managing Director, when it comes to the path forward over the next year or two, and what could go wrong?
Well, clearly, the virus is the big unknown still. But if we set this on the side, what keeps me up is missing on the opportunity for transformation towards green, smart, inclusive societies. More specifically, how we are going to deal with the threat of inequality. From history, we know that when a pandemic hits, inequality goes up, and it stays up for some time. We saw it in H1N1, in Zika. Can we do differently this time around? Can we strengthen the support for people in education, health, social safety nets, so people are resilient to the next shock to come? Can we support the resilience of our planet? Can we do the right thing for the future generations? And can we continue to build the strength of our economy? Let me remind us that after the 2009 crisis, we made the banking system more resilient. There is no financial crisis now, to a great degree, because that was done. Can we have the same determination in a world that is going to be more shock-prone to build resilience of people, of planet, of our economies? This is what makes me lose sleep, but also dream positive dreams.
Minister Donahoe, to you.
So definitely across the year to come, pandemics have shown to be, in our past, they've been amplifiers of risk and amplifiers of inequality, and the duty that we have to always serve to avoid that happening again and to get to a better place. Tonight, though, and when I wake up tomorrow, it's about two different kinds of injections. The first one is how many people tomorrow will receive the injection of the vaccine, so that day by day we're putting in place the foundation to beat this disease. And the second thing then is the injections of income and investment that we need to still have available to again lay the economic foundations for overcoming this disease. And it's winning that battle every day with a particular focus on our youngest, who are paying a heavy price for many of the public health measures we've had to put in place. But I just want to again echo what the Managing Director has said in acknowledging the kind of more difficult nightmares that we're trying to avoid. We also have to be aware of the positive things that we can achieve, and for example, how much we've achieved collectively over the last year in dealing with this pandemic, and how much more we can still achieve. So sleep has to also be a time to renew yourself for getting ready to do that the next day.
These are almost like closing statements in a debate. Director General, what about you? What do you see as the biggest risk factor to this positive outlook which you've laid out for trade?
Well, let me, I have two things that keep me awake at night. One is very trade related, and the other one has to do with the low-income countries. I think, let me start with that. What keeps me awake is the fact that the biggest risk to these countries is not getting access to the vaccines, like I said at the beginning. And then the continuation of divergence of these economies from the rebound that the other better off economies are having. And that is a very difficult thing to contemplate. And I hope, but there is hope. We've just heard about the 650 billion SDRs that the fund is working very hard, Kristalina and her team, to make sure that this is issued and that it's reallocated to the most vulnerable countries that need it. So that might help. We also have the debt burden, the debt overhang of these countries, which has not allowed them to be able to give the same fiscal stimulus to their countries as others have in both emerging markets and rich countries. Actually, I want to say a very strong word of praise for low-income countries, particularly on my continent, because they took very strong measures, severe lockdowns, and they suffered a lot from the pandemic. You have a lot of people employed in the informal sector who were thrown out of the ability to earn their daily living. But they still did the right thing. So my hope and expectation is that the world will realize that we need international cooperation to come out of the crisis we're in, that they won't let this nightmare happen where half of the world, or if, in fact more, is left behind, and that we will direct resources to those vulnerable countries where they're needed, to small and medium enterprises in these countries where liquidity is needed, so that we can all begin to converge in the same direction. So that's one set. I think the second set, the second nightmare I have has more directly to do with trade, and that is missing the opportunity for the WTO to really, WTO members to come together to agree on the rules that will underpin those those innovations in our economy that are happening right now and portend well for the future, like the digital economy. We can't get away from it. So my hope and expectation to avoid a nightmare is that the WTO will be able to make the right rules to underpin this. We'll also be able to make rules for the green economy and also for inclusion. As I said before, micro, medium, and small enterprises. How are we going to get the rules that will make sure that these participate and are included in regional and global supply chains of the world, so that trade can really play that part that it needs to play for the economic rebound?
And finally, Chair Powell, nightmares. What keeps you up at night?
I would first mention, the 9 or 10 million. I think of those people who are trying hard to get back to the lives that they had, to get to back to work. You may know this. There's a pretty substantial tent city that I drive home on the way home from work on Virginia Avenue. So we just need to keep reminding ourselves that even though some parts of the economy are just doing great, there's a very large group of people who are not. I really want to finish the job and get back to a great economy. The last thing I'll mention, though, is I just think generally we focus too much on the short term and on palliative measures and not enough on longer term supply side measures. In other words, I think we need to really, as a country, and I'm not talking about any particular bill, invest in things that will increase the inclusiveness of the economy and the longer term potential of it, and particularly invest in people so that they can take part in, contribute to, and benefit from the prosperity of our economy.
Final question, Kristalina, can we do this in person next year?
I very much hope that the answer is yes.
Put it on your calendars.
I'm okay putting it down, so we will be here at the IMF, all of us together.
Best way to end it. Thank you all so much for such a lively and topical conversation. Really appreciate it. Thank you all for watching us. And again, thanks to our panelists. Have a good evening.
Jesus. So they will raise inflation. I mean, if inflation raises, then they will change the interest rate. That is their tool. Their other tool is the money printer.
Did I just miss that whole interview?
I typed a lot in the YouTube chat. If you want to go back through YouTube chat, if you want to see some of the key moments. Oh, no, that wasn't.
Was that the speech we were waiting for? I didn't catch any of it.
Speech at the same exact time. So they were talking about global responsibilities. They said trade will be up 8% this year. The COVID-19 really hit the service industry the most. Load paid service workers, travel, leisure, hotel workers. 9 to 10 million people that were employed are no longer employed. They said we're not going to go back to the same economy. It's going to be different. They say 1 in 10 jobs may disappear. During that time Biden started speaking, they were asking if panel members support the infrastructure plan for the United States that's going to cost trillions of dollars and pump up these EV stocks. They mentioned supply chain will have to adapt if inflation goes too high. So they're going to have to focus on cost. If there's a price increase, it may be temporary. Jerome Powell said we do have tools. I was making fun of the money printer tool, but he talked about If inflation goes too high, then they will have to change the interest rates. They want to focus lowering carbon emissions. They want to focus on Chinese and American companies' tariffs because we're the two largest markets in the world, and if we can come to some agreement, focus on improving the climate while reducing tariffs, then it could open the economy up even more. And I put in the Discord channel on thesis statement, I'm just talking about, like, if the governments of the US and China do work with the WTO and come to an agreement, then stocks like Alibaba, NIO, Xpeng, they could climb up.
So buy an out of the money call option for NIO.
Let's see. Yeah, I saw it is going up a little bit today. I like Xpeng. It's also up about 4% today. Yep. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check something. Hopping on other Discord while I'm checking.
To produce the actual anode.
I have almost no question that you're going to make a lot of money on this play.
Wait, what is it?
Because you're so fucking hyper focused on it. Or
Yeah,
you're going to go broke. One of the two is going to happen.
What's the ticker? What are you talking about?
RNWEF is the ticker. But let's see here.
Are you sure though that when the Norwegian one goes up, that this is going to go up?
Well, the sponsored one does follow the price. The sponsored one does.
I've been watching.
Do you recommend buying this now?
It is quite cheap now. I'm not entirely sure if it's hit the floor yet, or if it's going to keep falling a little bit.
Fuck is this shit? This has like no fucking volume at all.
It's because it's an OTC in the US. It's not an OTC in Norway.
$50 to just buy it, so be aware of that. At least on Thinkorswim.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an OTC in the US.
What do you think it's gonna go up by? Like,
well,
like
there was there was a blue sky like Arctic Securities, which is a security like broker, whatever it is, investment bank or whatnot. I don't fucking know. They put out they're kind of big, but they put out a price target, price consensus, which is usually 8 to 12 months of 28 kroners, which is let's do calculator real quick with the latest dollar prices. So 28 divided up by 8 point, I think it's 8.5. Let's just go with 8.5.
3.28 United States dollars.
3.28 United States dollars. And then the blue sky price target they did, which was between, let's see here, 60, 8.5, what, fuck, between $7 to $10.5. That's the blue sky price target.
Wow.
So, here's the thing. If you do the math with today's PE value that that investors are valuing the company at, and you look at if they get full production capacity, full production usage from their Selene gas alone, we're looking at somewhere around twice $10.
Holy shit.
With today's PE value.
Do you have any like links?
You want DD?
Today, down now.
Yeah.
But don't
When do you
take
think
my
it's
word.
gonna
Like
do this? Like, is this going to be like a month
this
from
is a
now, or
long
is this like 10
play.
years from
This is a long play. This is 5-year play for me at least. So it is locking up capital for a long time.
Oh, okay. So it's not like quick money.
But I believe it very much has the ability to go 100% this year alone.
Oh, wow.
At least.
A potential play for today's CHPT.
So yeah.
Charge point. If it hits $30, it probably keeps going up for a little bit.
So I'm getting my salary tomorrow. I am loading up on Right Silicon tomorrow.
Why tomorrow? What makes tomorrow special?
Just I got my salary tomorrow.
Okay.
So yeah.
You know, and what I would add is Average Troll is very, very excited about this company. He lives in the same country as it, which is Norway, and works in you know, maybe an adjacent industry, right?
No, I work.
Student, you're going to an adjacent industry.
I'm a little wary of what Troll says though. He's shorting SPY.
Well, and then I was going to add, he's a newer trader. He is shorting the American stock market.
What's the ticker, by the way?
So you know, we don't know what's going to happen. You know, like
all right, yeah. I'm not right now. I'm not really trading.
What's the Silicon
I'm more
ticker, by the way?
Well, the RNWEF.
But just for the guy that maybe is new today or hasn't been here before, you know, like
yeah,
we're all newer traders here and just sharing info.
Yeah, I am 21. I am very excited about this company, and I don't actually work in an adjacent.
Is there other Silicon stocks? Or
Sorry, what I meant is you're like an engineer, right? Or you're in school?
No. I actually, I am becoming a maritime electrician. But I have a mind that lets me get into anything I want as long as I'm interested in it.
Okay, fair enough. I misunderstood last time we talked.
So yeah, I am actually going offshore this summer. So yeah, I'm gonna start working for. I believe there's actually, you know what? I'm gonna call out my future employer, Tidewater.
Who are they?
They're one of the biggest offshore supply companies in the world. Or they actually are the biggest by fleet value when it comes to supply vessels and other vessels, tugs, and that kind of stuff. They're a U.S.-based company, trading on the New York Stock Exchange. I believe I believe there's still, even though oil industry is going to still go down over the years, I believe there's going to be a lot of offshore industry, considering offshore wind farms and also offshore server farms, which are going to be up and coming.
General.
Yeah, like I believe the offshore service, server farms, are going to be up and coming. Just with the latest tests in the time period that was set between, like they compared on land and at sea, and what they figured out that was the failure rate for the time period was a lot lower at sea than it was on land due to temperature stability in a server farm.
You know,
and power cost efficiency.
On that specific point, you know, it's the industry that I work in. I'm less bullish about data centers moving into the water for a number of reasons. One of the main ones is that there have been a number of experiments around this really since the 90s, and you know, the results have been mixed. The investment is very, very big to be able to do that, and like you're kind of putting things at a much higher risk. So like even if there's some marginal benefits, like in my view, the risks that you put because it's an unproven model are just, like it'd be better to go underground, than it would be in the water.
Hey, so I was looking at the past charts for the Silicon Company. You know, it was priced at $500 like in like 2008.
Yeah, I do. I know they did a stock. They split the company in two. And
splits the stock.
Then it was one company. It was a silicon producer and also like silicium product producer and also a solar panel producer. It's called Rex. It's called Rex Solar, the other company. So it was one company, but it's been split into two. Rex Solar is doing a lot better on the stock exchange, and than Rex Silicon. And the reason Rex Silicon is doing so bad is because what China has been doing is basically pushing all other international companies that do this out of the business due to a shit ton of subsidies to their own economy. And now recently in 2015 with the 54% tariff on US produced silicium products or silicium. So
do you think the silicon one is going to be the price like similar to the solar panel one in the future?
I believe in the future this is
so
a stock that has the potential to go huge on stock price.
All right, I'm listening, man. So
Tesla?
Why are you concerned or not concerned about China?
I'm not concerned about China. Not with the recent political changes in the world. It's all about how Biden now wants to build after the what's the word I'm looking for? The whole chip shortage and all that shit, and how Biden wants to, and Europe in general wants to move that production away from China and into the Western world, both for solar panel and that kind of stuff. But there's two battery manufacturers in the U.S. right now, Group 14 and Sila Nanotechnologies. Sila Nanotechnologies is actually going IPO.
All right, I'm back. What I miss is
I think you're to be honest, I think you're a little late on this. You know that silicon thing is
Spy hit
it's up 500% for the year.
That doesn't matter.
Where's Kami at?
That doesn't honestly doesn't matter. I might be a little bit late in on that, but it doesn't really matter. Just the sites for it from now is even a tenfold.
Yeah.
When you do the PE calculation, true value.
Yeah, but that's still crazy how much it is up for the year. 5%.
Yeah, there was a lot of bullish news that came out last year about a company.
And did 2008 killed this company because it was priced at 500, and they did that company split in like 2009, and it went from like $500 to $2.
Yeah, I know. There's been some stuff there, and it hasn't really been that great for the company, but it's going to become a major player, and that's something I strongly believe in. Something that I see happening.
How many shares do you think I should buy?
I myself, I have 4,500 shares.
Holy fuck!
I'm buying more
dollars in it.
More than that, actually. Or yeah, I do have something closer to $8,000.
Oh god!
I buy more tomorrow. Yeah. So you see how heavily invested I am in the company.
You're basically moving the stock price.
No, I am not, because I don't buy the OTC one, and you can't move it. Just it's a sponsored one. It directly correlates to the stock price on a Norwegian market.
Okay.
If you buy the unsponsored one, which is the RNWEF, it doesn't correlate. That's why the price is actually higher for the RNWEF.
Oh, is he talking about Rex Silicon?
I did tell coders.
Somebody knows about. It's good.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the Norwegian ticker you said?
The Norwegian ticker is REXC, but for you it's RNWEF.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna buy that. I'm probably gonna put like.
Here's another thing, though. Here's one last thing. The Selene gas, when it comes to silicon nanoparticles, or silicium products in general, they have a production method called fluidized bed reactor, which lowers energy cost by 80 to 90% compared to the regular Siemens production way.
Wow. That's actually like really good for the green energy and stuff in the future.
Yeah, and here's another political move that's happening. There is some speculation into China when it comes to them building their solar panels and entire silicon industry in China. They get a lot of the a lot of the supply from a province that uses slave labor in their factories.
Oh, so free, like they don't have to pay their workers then. So it's like
pretty much it's horrible working conditions in that area, and there are some speculations into a lot of the Western world is moving into solar panels right now, and the speculation is that the Western world doesn't want to be associated with those conditions, so they might end up banning solar panels that have been produced with materials from that one area, and that is a huge supply that comes from that area.
And also, do you think this this company was too in 2008? Do you think this company was too early on its green energy thing, before the world could sign?
No,
I'm more concerned.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it was too early. What I believe is that China basically ruined it. China took something good, and they started pumping it.
Okay.
I don't know about the viability of making chips outside of China.
It's not about making chips. We're not talking about making chips here.
So
no, but you're talking about moving chip manufacturing.
I'm not talking about moving chip manufacturing. This company is not all about chips.
Saying chip or
Having some good days today, huh?
What's up, AZ? How's your positions holding up?
It would be better if I had more capital to throw in, but I don't
take
get
out a
paid till
loan.
next week. You know what? I honestly was really thinking about that.
What do you need this
Just
loan
don't put it
for,
on
sir?
Sugar Maid.
I just want to buy some more Sugar Maid.
They're like, what the hell is Sugar Maid? You wouldn't understand. And she's like, Sugar Maid, that's my husband's company. Ah, shit. Yeah, I wish I had more capital to throw at stuff, but I'm all tied up.
Do what I did and sell your car.
You ever donate blood
What?
plasma?
Ah, shit, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait till next week. It's just 5-10 more days, somewhere around there.
Patience
Sorry,
is a
7
virtue.
more days.
You will be rewarded for your patience.
Yeah. Up.
So the
Tell us more.
founder of Bumble, apparently she was one of the founders of Tinder as well, which was bought by Match. Their volume today is really low, only 472,000 shares, where the average volume is 4.5 million. Stock is currently trading at 63, similar to like the 5-day average, and it's going back down to like when it opened up the IPO. There is a lot of options there for guys and girls to spend money. Let me look at it real quick. Apparently you can buy these things on Bumble called coins. And they allow you to super swipe, so it makes you stand out in line. You can also buy something to extend the time it takes for a girl to message you, which is a little bit awkward too. If I'm a guy, I'm not going to pay for a girl to wait longer to message me. But basically, like, it is to extend how long it takes for them to message you. So there is potential for the revenue side. The hosting of their server isn't nearly as expensive as people think, so tons of room for profit.
Interesting. So what you're telling me is I should make an account. If it catches me, I could say I'm just doing some
I'm not saying
diligence.
that. I'm already doing the diligence for you, so you don't have to make one.
Damn it.
Yeah, I already made one, so you don't have to do it, buddy. Thank you for wanting to participate in the research, though. I appreciate your dedication to the cause. And
Taking
just
one
to
for the
test
team,
how good it
Tame. I
works, I
appreciate
am
that.
scheduled to go on a date after 7 p.m. this evening, just to see if it's like a legit person on the other side. That's a good idea. I can do it on the
We
Discord.
should stream the date.
The date is going to be in a very loud and noisy bar, so I don't know if that's going to be good sound quality for the Discord. And yes, I will be trying to order oatmeal, so we'll see how that goes.
You feeling a little wild? You gonna add some sugar this time?
The oatmeal with brown sugar. My strategy is to go there and say that I forgot my wallet. And be transparent about that at the very beginning. Go ahead and curve the expectations that it's a date. Just a warning on YouTube, this is not financial advice. This is not dating advice. If you're looking for advice, seek a professional.
Is that the Cocaine Kramer from Twitter that joined?
Why did you have to go and ruin the surprise? Are you looking who joined the Discord? I gotta make that channel hidden.
Always somebody, huh?
I have like 7 Discord accounts now. David Oroka, the speech happened. Just scroll up in the chat and you can just see some of the highlights from the speech that happened today. But yes, it is Cocaine Kramer. He is going to be giving us a speech tomorrow on Friday, so that's going to be something to look forward to on the Discord.
So I just got off the phone with support at Webull, and they said that GameStop hasn't even filed a record date yet for them to have information on when the 60-day clock would start in order to do a recall for a vote at the board meeting. That's interesting.
Can you call Uptime? I meant UTime and ask them when they're gonna fix their website.
And then Mouse posts the AK filing that came from a Webull link. That's hilarious. Obviously, they've got it on file, so why their rep would answer a question like that is ridiculous.
Where is their house at? Hotel 6? Hotel 10 cent?
Hotel $58 a night?
Oh yeah, you found their address? Yeah.
Yeah, $58 a night.
Yep, that's the right address over there.
Maybe they bought the hotel and that's their warehouse now. That should be the next answer, the next question we ask them.
I think it's about time for me to do my evening walk. Man, doing my evening walk with UTime in my portfolio on a big dip like this today. The second I walk out the door, the stock's gonna get halted on the downtrend. Drop down to like $12. Office space in China costs more than living space? I think that's a lot of places, right? Look at those buildings in New York City. You know how expensive office space is there compared to just an apartment?
Is that meeting you just posted about happening like right this minute then, Mouse? Yeah, he is. He's listening. Just wait. Oh, he just dropped a fucking link or a picture in general, and he's listening on YouTube. I'm assuming.
He's in the walls.
Aimed as a
Mice have ears everywhere, bro. Institution settlement of injunctive actions. That means fucking Hedgie's getting smacked on the pee-pee. Institution settlement of administrative proceedings. How we go about handling these issues. Resolution of litigation claims. So people that are fucking getting, they already have stuff against them. Closed door meetings. It's all good stuff happening right now behind closed doors. Talking who knows about what. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's go.
Let's go.
So that meeting is going to happen in like 33 minutes in Washington, D.C. Okay.
Assumably so, yes. And then he said that the minutes should be available sometime after. At least that's how they did it last time. He said that he thinks that the minutes were released about a day after the meeting was held.
I have to close off the YouTube. I have to go to a meeting. I will be back probably later today or tomorrow.